Good morning, or afternoon, actually, not morning. Good afternoon. Hello, you guys, to everyone in the chat. How are we doing? It's game week 450 is on the cusp of starting. So we need to get ready for it. It's the midweek game week. I think I'm pretty much ready for it. So I'll be running through my team shortly, and I'll be showing you what we're going to be doing for the midweek. And then in a few hours, the weekend game week will open. And I think the weekend game week will be our last chance to try and win the threshold before it changes. So we will try to put out some amazing teams this weekend. But yeah, in the media, we're going to be doing teams for the midweek. Hello to Matt1, Crypto Gamer. What a pleasure to see you in here, man. Thank you so much for jumping in. The French streamer. Hello, man. Hello to Arthur as well. Hello to Twitch Gaming, who's got the easiest mod job in the world because I do a lot of it. No, I don't. I've done it today though. So there you go. Did you have another late one last night, Twitch Gaming? Did you have another late one, or did you actually get to bed at a good time? I mean, there was no Super Bowl, so technically you didn't really have a reason to stay up late, apart from we know you love a bit of Football Manager, and that's always keeping men up late at night, causing problems in relationships. We've got Sopsy in here as well. I want to ask Sopsy a question. I don't think we have him in here. If Sopsy jumps into the chat, guys, can you let me know? Because 2 hours ago, I got a new follow from a user called Miss_Sopsy, which I'm guessing it'd be a mad coincidence if it wasn't. I'm guessing that is Sopsy's partner. Obviously, I'd like to think so, right? Unless we are now going to have a Sopsy and then a Miss_Sopsy on the channel, and the two are completely not related in any way. That'd be so mad, wouldn't it? So yeah, if Sopsy jumps in, then let us know. Guys, how did you get on this weekend in Sorare? I've asked yesterday, now that the game week is pretty much done, where does everybody stand and what has everybody won from the weekend? Let me know, please, because I've kind of let you know already. If you missed it yesterday, we're only winning the limited threshold. So it's been a little bit of an underwhelming game week for us. So I'd like to hear better wins than that to make us feel better. I would also like to hear any users out there, any managers that have not done as good or have only just done like this, right? Because then it makes me feel less bad that we done not that great, that we're not alone. But obviously I want to hear about some good wins as well. Fallout of the rewards in the Bundesliga Semi-Pro. So nothing for Twitch Gaming. What about the rest of you guys in here? I think we're going to wait for a few more people to jump in as well. Seems a little bit low on the numbers, so let's just hold off before we start diving into like the teams and whatnot. What I might do in the meantime is I'm checking constantly this player that I want to try and get. Yeah, so this is okay, but this is still a bit too high. I don't want to pay £13.90 for this guy. So Arthur says he hit the threshold in Cap 240. So congrats to Arthur. And then Ola, you won the limited threshold plus a tier 5 and €35 from the in-season Premier League rare. Wow, what a good game week for Ola. What's it? So you got the tier 5 in what? The limited Cap 240, did you? So limited threshold plus also a tier 5 in the Cap 240 and then €35. That's cool, man. I mean, the tier 5, as we know, right, is going to be probably a bit pants, but it's a card that you probably wasn't expecting to win, so it's a good bonus, isn't it? Your €35 from the in-season Premier League rare, though, is where it's at, isn't it? Like, the cash rewards in that are brilliant, especially for rare. Wow. $50 threshold, says Ligma. despite the captain conceding a penalty. Wow. That must feel like a really good win. If you can win the threshold, especially $50, and you've had a bit of a shocker, or one of your players has had a bit of a shocker, especially your captain, then you are winning big time. Then 1,200 SO coins for me. Grem's living it up with the SO coins. He's got 1,200 SO coins that he can't spend on anything. Pretty much. They have to address that soon, don't they, Sorare? Otherwise, it's just going to feel eventually like you're winning currency that really is worth nothing. You know? Like, it's quite nice to win them now because we are all expecting the club shop to be improved, where the club shop will actually have like merchandise in it that you can just buy. It's like permanent fixtures in the club shop, and there's things in there always that you can buy. But at the moment, it's just a little bit anticlimactic because you can win so many SO coins, but it's just really not anything to spend them on. Hello to Anathabam as well. He says he went back down to the amateur after a long time and won a tier 5 in the Liga. Not the best, but we move. Yeah, true, man. And to be honest with you, that's quite a nice win in the amateur because, as we know, the amateurs are going in about 6 weeks' time. So if you've moved down to the amateurs, just try and make the most of it. Any card that you win, even if it's a tier 5, is a card that you won't be able to win in that competition from the start of April. So yeah, just keep trying to win them as much as you can. And they will serve you well, I think, in the new format in some way. Nothing for me. Hello to J-Boy Gaming. Nothing for me, but Betty, his girlfriend, hit tier 4 in the Liga Semi-Pro and was 0.6 from her first threshold. So gutted for her. Your girlfriend is smashing it, man. Your girlfriend is smashing it in Sorare. I'd even go as far to say that she's doing better than you. I think. From the sounds of it sounds like she's doing really well all the time. So tell her congratulations for me. Really happy to hear that. Bit of a shame, though, on the threshold. Yeah, like missing out on the threshold by so little kind of takes the shine off it, doesn't it? But the tier 4 in the league is great, especially in semi-pro. But how unlucky is that just to miss out on the threshold? But she needs to keep going because she's got one more game week. When we have game week 451 that opens up, I think we have another weekend game week to hit the threshold in its current form. So it's all or nothing, really, for her. But congratulations to her, man. Amazing. You must be proud, J-Boy Gaming, that you're proud and a little bit envious that your girlfriend is doing very good and doing probably better than you. It's not a competition, though, is it? Even though it is. Will there be an MLS Amateur Semi-Pro? No, there won't. As they're getting rid of the amateur and the semi-pros and stuff. So no. I mean, we don't really know what they're going to be doing with common cards, right? So at the end of March, I think they're going to be announcing what they're doing with the common cards. That's what they announced in their latest update. So, but they also mentioned in there that amateur and like semi-pro and specialist and all that, they're kind of, well, I didn't say semi-pro, but it basically said the kickoff, right? Which is essentially the same. They're going. So I wouldn't expect them to be around. I think they're all going. I think hopefully we just get like some kind of a game mode. Because I think it's a shame if we lost the common cards, right? But at the same time, we probably don't need them. But it just seems like it would be a shame if we didn't have on the pro side a kind of a competition where everybody can play with common cards, right? Even if it was just to win like Sorare coins, it doesn't even need to be that you win cards, I don't think. Even just winning Sorare coins or arena tickets, for example. Like, they could have it like that, where everybody just plays with common cards in one big competition, and if you finish in X position, you win, I don't know, 5 or 10 arena tickets. If you finish really high, you get SO coins or whatever. maybe there's some reward boxes in there, but like it would be so cool, wouldn't it? Just to kind of play like a pro game mode with everybody, almost as a free to play. But the impression I got from reading the blog is that they just don't see the free to play worth it anymore on pro because they've already got rivals. So probably there's not going to be, yeah, there's not going to be anything like amateur or semi-pro, pretty sure. They mentioned in the blog that the semi-pro and specialist modes will move and be integrated into the new competition format. So I think commons will still have a use. I thought that the specialist was being got rid of. No, let's have a quick look. You might be right there. I thought they were getting rid of it entirely. Go down here. And then it's here, isn't it? March the 29th, and then, yeah. More engaging formats of these competitions will exist in the... Okay, yeah, so more engaging formats of these competitions will exist in the league-specific competitions. Okay. Interesting, but they are removing the amateur. So yeah, the kickoff and the specialists could continue on, but just under a different guise, right? In the new format, but then slightly changed. Okay, yeah. Very proud. But like you said, she making me look bad. I was over 100 points away from threshold. Yeah, you've got to step up your game, man. You got to step up your game. It's nice when your girl's doing good, but you can't let your girl outshine you too much, man. You can't let your girl embarrass you. So yeah, good that she's doing great, but then you've got to step your game up, haven't you, as well? Hello to Bodgy as well, man. I've just seen your comment there. Hello, Bodgy. How's it going? Yeah, and you were right, Twitch Gaming. So amateur gets removed, that's for sure, because that's the free to play. And they don't really see the value of that anymore, given that they have a free-to-play mode in Rivals, and then Kickoff and Specialist, yeah, will exist in the new format, but just in the league-specific competitions, and they'll probably change them because they're going to say more engaging formats, so there's going to be some kind of a change to them, which would be quite cool, which they are going to share in an update, I think probably around March the 29th, when they update us on the common cards as well. Yeah, cool. It feels so good to claim 10 Matic for investing basically 2 minutes of my time, another 10 euros on the account on POOKY. It really does, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, it really does. This is one of the big things I try to get across on the channel and over on Twitter, is that I love playing Sorare. I really do. It's so fun, so engaging. You can spend hours and hours playing it, right? And it's really cool because it's that type of game where you're happy to spend hours and hours and hours. I think one of the things that's been frustrating is that even though it's been really fun to spend time in Sorare, sometimes you just don't get the returns versus the amount of time, energy, money that you put into it, right? And that's why, of course, we're seeing the update, which is hopefully going to correct that and make it much more worthwhile. But a game like POOKY, which we also cover on the stream, and again, if you want to get involved in this game, as well as Sorare, then the links for both of those are right there in the chat right now. In case you are not playing them, use the links to sign up to these games that we cover on the channel, and you'll be able to claim lots of freebies, basically, that you can't get if you just sign up normally. Plus, you'll also be supporting the channel, so big thank you to everyone that uses the links. But just getting back to POOKY, it's so cool. It is really, like Twitch Gaming said, it's legitimately so cool that you can spend 1 minute of your time each game week or each week playing this game, and then it pays out money for you. And as Twitch Gaming he got around 10 euros or something. I got about £6 this week. Obviously, I would like to win more, but I've won £6 for 1 minute of my time, and I can't complain at all. That's a fantastic return for very little. And we also didn't even really do that good. We still won £6, which, you know, in many ways is better than, a lot better than winning, you know, a tier 5 limited card or a tier 4. In many cases, even a tier 3, actually. And you can spend a lot of time on Sorare trying to win a tier 4, tier 5, tier 3. Not trying to win the tier 5, but you can spend a lot of time trying to win more to then win a tier 5, tier 4, tier 3 limited. And it doesn't often feel like it's worth it, right? In POOKY, just spend a minute. You don't have to spend a minute. You can spend a lot longer. But you can also just spend a minute and you can come away with not just £6, you could come away and win the whole thing. So you could win hundreds of pounds, you could win £40, £30, 50, you can win whatever. And it just does not take that much time and effort to play it. So we have a special stream planned for tomorrow, guys. I will reveal more details later on today, which should be quite exciting what we're going to do tomorrow. And there will be a giveaway that you will all want to be part of too. Free Tip Scout, when is the new POOKY update? Soon. We will be able to get some answers on that tomorrow. So this kind of ties in, Arthur, with the string, the special string that I'm going to be doing tomorrow, which I can't, I could reveal, but I don't want to reveal details now when I have like a tweet planned for later on today. So yeah, just keep your eyes peeled on that one, guys. But tomorrow we will have a very kind of different stream. It'll be lots of fun, and I'll be giving some stuff out as well. I will choose a common goalkeeper for my Cap 220 squad. Any advice? Well, I have Edison, so I think Edison's a good shout. L15 of 43 up against Copenhagen. Good chance for a clean sheet. Also, it feels like the registered lineups have increased, but have so big scores, but can't get a better card than a tier 3 at the moment. Yeah, I think hopefully the divisions in the new format is going to change that. Hopefully, Bodgy. But then also what we have to keep in mind is that there's going to be more entries, right? Because it's the multi-entry format. So competition's going to get fierce, I think. It's already fierce and it's going to get fiercer, I believe, in Sorare. Sorare is very skill-based compared to POOKY, but I love that there's a game we can win money without having a huge skill level. Yeah, that's what's great about this game here that you can see on the screen right now is that anyone can play it. Your grandma could play this game, right? she really could. Your grandma could play. Maybe you might need to help your grandma to navigate through some of the Web3 stuff, and you might need to help your grandma just especially if her eyesight's failing. You might need to help her pick the right league so that she doesn't pick the wrong one. But the point here is that anybody can play it. You don't need to be an expert at all to play this game. You don't need to actually have any knowledge at all. Although if you do have knowledge, it's great. You're going to have a bit more of an advantage. But you can just play this game like very easily. Where the name of the game, if you don't know, is you pick a league that you want to predict scores in, and then you just predict your scores, right? And so let's say, for example, that I am your grandma, right? I'm your grandma that you've introduced to this game, and she has no idea what this game actually is about, right? She has no idea. She doesn't know what this is or what she can win or anything, right? She's just doing it because she loves you and because you're her grandson, right? And so you show her this page and you say, Grandma, I want you to just pick 2 scores, right? And your grandma says, okay, 3 and 4, right? So you put 3, 4 in, right? Like that. There you go. Your grandma's done it. She's predicted this game. Good. Set the prediction. You're good to go. You go to the next game. You say, Grandma, pick 2 scores, right? This time she says 0 and 9. So you've got a 0-9 score here, which you might be thinking to yourself, oh my God, like, Grandma, what have you done? Right. But you're going to go with it, right? And you can actually still win with a score like this. This is the great thing about this game. So you do, you do like 0-9, right? 0-9. You get to the next game and you say, Grandma, like, give me 2 scores. And you look at your grandma and your grandma's asleep because she's really old and she just can't keep her concentration. So then, yeah, you'll have to make it up for the rest of yourself. But you get the point, right? Is that anybody can literally do this. It doesn't matter. It does matter and it doesn't. You can put some scores in that you actually think are going to happen. So maybe you'd look at this score for Inter versus Salernitana and you'd say, well, Inter should win that. I reckon Inter could win it 2-0 or 3-0. Just say that. You put whatever in. It doesn't matter, right? You put whatever in. And then at the end of the game week, when all these games have happened, you then win points based on how accurate you are with your predictions. So this kind of like this 9-0, which Grandma gave you, which sent your eyes popping out of your head when she gave it you might be thinking to yourself, "Oh, Grandma, you've absolutely screwed us," right? But technically not, because if Lecce, if they win like 3-0, or if it's 3-1 or 2-1, even to Torino, you're still going to get points from it because there would be a minimum of 3 goals scored, and 9-0 is a over 2.5 prediction. So you can put some really wacky predictions in, right? That for a lot of people might actually seem like, oh, that's just never going to happen, right? Because a 9-0 is pretty much not going to happen. But it doesn't really matter, right? Because you don't actually need to get everything 100% correct. And this is what makes this game so cool, is that you can literally just put the same score in, or you can just put whatever scores you want in 1 minute, and then just sit back, wait until the games happen, and then see what you win. And this is pretty much what we do every week. And this week, we won 8.56 Matic, which in pounds is about £6. So we won £6 for, if I show you, you probably won't believe it, which is why I'm going to show you. We won £6. We came 29th in the world, right? 29th in the world on POOKY in the German league for doing 3-3 for every single game, right? And you might be thinking to yourself, why would you put 3-3, right? Why would you put 3-3? Obviously, there are not going to be many games, if at all, any games that are going to be 3-3. But this is the beauty of this game, is that you have the freedom to experiment with some crazy scorelines, okay? And you don't need to, as you can see, you don't need to get them 100% correct. You just need to get some of it partially correct. And you can see here that we pretty much got points in every single one of our predictions here, which is pretty impressive for a 3-3, right? There was only one game we didn't get any points whatsoever. And because we just were able to pick up points in every single game, we were able to finish 29th. Imagine that. Imagine if we had actually got 1 or 2 exact scores, right? So imagine if there had been 2 games on the weekend in the Bundesliga that had actually been 3-3. Not only would we have finished higher than 29th, but I'm not kidding, we might have actually won the whole bloody thing. We probably would have even got a podium if there had been a couple of 3-3s in there, and then we would have actually won a huge amount of money. So we're going to be talking about this game a little bit later, and I keep saying, if you're not playing it, then what are you doing? It's a game that everyone could play. You don't need much time or effort to play it, and you can just be winning nice passive income, nice cash rewards every week from very little that you're putting in, and it's great. And at the moment, there is a brand new drop that's happening in just over an hour, okay? And this is important because if you're not playing POOKY, you will need to get involved in this drop. Not so much for the stickers, although the stickers are definitely very valuable in the game. But the main thing, if you're not playing POOKY, the main thing you need to get is a POOKY ball, because that is what you use to make your predictions on POOKY. You use a POOKY ball, and there are 4 different types of them. So the entry level is this one here, the common. It starts at 30 Matic, which is about $26. And then the most powerful one in the game is the legendary. This one is really expensive, so this will not appeal to everyone unless you have really deep pockets and, you know, you really want to go hard in the game. But there's essentially a Pookie ball for everyone, every different level, every different budget, right? But all you need to do is you need to own at least one of these, right? And in an hour's time, just over an hour's time, the marketplace will open up again and you will be able to buy them, right? You'll be able to pick one up. And then once you've bought one, you own it forever because it's an NFT with actual utility, the same as the Sorare cards, right? So if you own a Sorare card, it's not like an NFT where you can't do anything with it. You actually can use it in the game, and you can use it to sell, to trade. You can use it to play in competitions to help you win cash rewards or other cards that can then be sold for cash, right? It's very much the same kind of concept on Pookie, where you use the Pookie ball to either sell for cash or ideally use it in the competitions in the game to make cash, right? To make cash rewards. So in an hour's time, that's your chance to get some more Pookie balls, guys. If you don't have a single Pookie ball, then take the opportunity to try and pick one up, okay? I, at the moment, have a ton of them. I have, you can see here, I've got, what's that? That's 7? No, it's not. It's 8, isn't it? I have 8 Pookie balls, sorry. I have 8 proper Pookie balls, and I have 2 free rookie Pookie balls. You can get an additional free rookie ball when you use the link in the chat. So do use the Pookie link in the chat. If you can't see it, then there it is again. You'll get a free Pookie ball with that, where you can start to play the game. You'll also get discount off your first purchase in the game. So if you're trying to buy one of these later on today, then you're going to want to use that link because that will give you a 5% discount off your purchase. So get a discount if you can, right? You don't get a discount if you don't use that link. And you also get what's called POOK tokens, which is this in-game currency, which you really need. A lot of people don't really know what you can do with it. It's pretty obvious what you can do with it, but if you don't know what you can do with it, this is essentially used to pay for the cost of leveling up your Pookie balls to make them more stronger, more powerful. And also you use it to refill pressure on your Pookie ball. And that's kind of important because there's a mechanic in the game where if your Pookie balls get too low in pressure, so if they get a little bit deflated, they start to generate minus points for you, right? Or minus percentage. You get deductions, right? So you don't want to receive any deductions from the points that you win. So you need to keep your balls nice and pressurized. There you go. Quote that one. Keep your balls pressurized, guys. That's the main thing to take away from the stream. So having the POOK tokens is quite important because it allows you to be able to keep progressing in the game. And when you use that link in the chat, you'll be able to get a load more POOK tokens as well. FTS, next viral video, scouring the streets of Luton, asking old people to predict football scores. You know what? That would actually be really fun content to do. So rather than me pick my scores, right? I take that idea from the Don. I go out on the streets and I find some senior citizens, should we say. Let's call them senior citizens. I go and find some senior citizens and I say to them, give me a couple of numbers, right? Because maybe it'll be a bit too confusing and complicated if I say, give me the score for this game. I could just say to them, give me 2 numbers, and then whatever numbers they give me can then be the scores, and then that's it. The public, the senior citizens are picking my predictions for the game week. That could be quite fun. But if I win, they don't get anything. No, I don't think the streets of Luton, no. Even the senior citizens in Luton will give you a hard time. Yeah, they can't be trusted. They're dangerous themselves. Yeah, I thought Augsburg versus Leipzig could have ended 3-3. I actually thought that one too. I always feel like with Gladbach, so Borussia Mönchengladbach, I always feel like that's a fixture that can have a high score draw, which is why I don't mind doing the high score draws a lot. Hello to Audrey Fanagris as well, and thank you to Jevo96 for the follow. Welcome into the channel. Yeah, could use the dices as well. This is something that I actually would like to do one game week, right? And maybe we'll do it. You know what? We could actually technically do it. Should we do it now? This could be really interesting. This could just to show you how much fun there is to be had playing Pooky, right? Because there's so many different ways that you can make predictions on Pooky. And you might think, oh, there's only, you know, how fun can it be? We're going to actually see how fun this could be. I'm going to find, if I can, I want to find a website, and I don't know one, so it's pure impulse that we're doing this right now. I want to find a website where it rolls the dice for us, right? In a roll dice generator. Let's do that, right? Virtual dice roller. Here we go. I mean, it's basic looking, but this is rolling the dice for us, right? And so actually having the number of dice here is great because we want to actually have 2 scores, right? And so what we could do is we could roll the dice here, and then whatever numbers we get can then be how we predict in the German League this week. This would be really cool. So, how do you roll a 0, though? Oh, that's a good point. We need a dice that can roll 0. Look. Does it roll non-conventional dice roller? This might be the one. We need a dice that can roll 0, right? So, can we put ranges in here? Hold on a minute. Okay. I don't think we're going to have a dice with 0, are we? It's a good point from the Don. We needed, like, you can see here that this dice here has 0 on it. The virtual dice roller can have any number of faces and can generate random numbers simulating a dice roll based on the number of faces and dice. We could do that too. Yeah, we could do that too, where we could make just the 6 a 0. It's unlikely that we're actually going to use 6 at all, right? Yeah, we could use some dice, or can we find a dice that actually has 0? If not, we'll just go straight back to it. One dice, 6-sided. 6-sided is fine, but we kind of need... Yeah, look, 1 to 6 is fine. Let's just do it the way, I think, just to make it a little bit easier. Why don't we just say that the number 6 is a 0? Let's do that. Let's go back to this, right? Free to Scout, use random.org with numbers from 0 to 5. Or we can do that. Yeah, we could do that. That's what we could do. The only thing with that is that would take a little bit long because then we would be having to roll. I guess it wouldn't. Let's just do that. Okay, let's do that. I wanted to do with the dice. Doesn't really matter. We could do the dice. We could do random.org, right? This is what we usually use anyway. And with random.org, we can select the number range, right? So we could kind of do 0 to 5, 0 to 10, 0 to 9. We could do something really crazy. I want to do... I think I want to have 6, right? So we want to have it up to 6. We could have it for more, but I think having 7, having 8 is probably going to be a little bit redundant, right? So what we could do is we just generate a number, and then the first number we get can then be the number we put in. So let me show you what I'm talking about, right? If we go into the German League here, okay, we are going to be predicting in the German League this week, right? And what we could do is we draw a number, and whatever number we get first is then the first number. Whatever number we get second is then the second number, and then that's it. That prediction's done, right? We've never done this before. Oh, have you got... so there you go. Look, the Don's got a custom diceroller.com in there as well. So rather than us also using random.org, we could essentially do this as well, where we could what? Put a number in here of 0, no? Yeah, like we could. Yeah, so we could do that, right? And then we could roll it. So there's another link there for you guys. But just keep it nice and simple now. We're going to use random.org. Hello, mate. I've got a question about my POOKY strategy. Someone with only 107 energy, would you recommend me playing this midweek or wait for the Spanish League at the weekend? I'd wait for the weekend, yeah. That's what I would do. I'd wait for the weekend. Yeah. So, are we ready for this then? We're going to get some interesting results here, and we should be doing our lineups, which we are going to do very soon, but they're kind of done already. So let's have a little bit of fun on POOKY, right? Where's our POOKY gone? Here we go. Okay, are we ready for this then? Let me show you how this is going to work. We're going to roll the first number, and the first number is number 3. Wow. Okay, so we go over to POOKY, and it then means that we put 3 for Cologne, okay? We do the next number. 3-1. That's actually not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, so we're going to put in here 3-1. So Cologne beat Bremen 3-1, and we're going to use this POOKY ball here. This is the German ball that we have, so we're going to use this for every prediction. This is going to give us a bigger boost, like we get an extra 10% to our scoring. So 3-1, we have our first score for the German league. Let's, we're going to put 3-1 in. Hold on a minute. Yeah, we can do it now. It's okay. I wanted to check to see whether we had anything to upgrade our POOKY ball, but we don't. So we have XP to improve our other POOKY ball, but not the German one. So for this one here, we're going to do 3-1, and we're going to use the German POOKY ball here, okay? Set the prediction, done, right? Done. First prediction is done. 3-1 gives us a potential for 572 points. Love it. Right, next game, we're going to be putting in 4. Oh, God. Okay. So 4 for Hoffenheim. This is the next one, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, cool. So 4 for Hoffenheim. And then what? 4-1. Okay. That's actually not too bad. So far, I think the scores are okay. So 4-1. That would give us a potential of 604.6 points, right? This would be really interesting if we actually win a load of money this week from getting the tool, basically the dice to predict for us, right? Mainz versus Augsburg. What do we reckon? Here we go. Let's generate it. 5? Oh my God. So the first one for Mainz needs to be 5. Okay. Don't give us another 5. In fact, actually, if it did, it could be quite good. Generate the next one. 5-3. There we go. Okay. So you might be thinking to yourselves, if you're watching this, what on earth? Like, how is this gonna win? It could win. It might not win 5-3, but if Mainz win 2-1, then in the eyes of this game, our prediction was the home team to win and over 2.5 goals scored. So if Mainz win 2-1, that's the home team winning and over 2.5 goals scored. So we'd actually get a load of points for this, even if it's not 5-3. And this is the beauty of the game. This is why you can kind of be a little bit adventurous and wild, which is what we're doing, using a random number generator to pick our predictions for us. All right, set the prediction. 5-3. Okay, next one, Heidenheim versus Leverkusen. Ideally, we want this to be 0, right? Or something, or like 1. And we want Leverkusen, the second number we get, to be higher than the first number. So, guys, pray that we don't get a really high number for the first generation. Here we go. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, so the random.org has generated the first number, and the first number was 5. which is a nightmare. We don't want 5. The second number is going to be what? 5-2. So random.org reckons that it's going to be 5-2 to Heidenheim. There's going to be a huge upset here. God, imagine if it was 5-2 now. Not that I don't think it is going to be, but if it was, we would win 771. 771 points there. Incredible. Hello to the Taco Edits as well. Hello also to Pirek too. Hello guys, thanks for jumping in. So 5-2. Thank you, random.org. Thank you for this masterstroke of a prediction. But again, here's the point, right? The shackles are off when you're doing predictions on Pooky. So you might be thinking to yourselves now, we're never going to win. We can actually still win money on Pooky with this prediction, right? And the reason we can win it is that, think about this scoreline, 5-2. It's an over 2.5 scoreline. We're talking about Heidenheim against Leverkusen. I would actually expect there to be over 2.5 goals. If the random.org had generated 2 scores of or 2 numbers of 0 and 0 or 0 and 1, then I'd probably be a bit more annoyed, because actually then we probably wouldn't win anything. But we can actually win points with this type of prediction here. It seems wild and it seems like we're never going to win with that. If it goes over 2.5, we're going to win points here. So incredible. So there we go, 5-2. Wolfsburg versus Dortmund. So Dortmund is Dortmund is Twitch Gaming's club. Leverkusen going to win? They probably are, but I think you've just jumped in, so you don't really know what we're doing. We are showing how fun it can be and how generous it is in the game right now in Pooky, where you can literally get away with getting a tool to predict numbers for you or give you numbers, right? And then you can use those to then put your predictions in. And then you can probably still win a fair amount of money on Pooky. So let's see what the first number is that we get from random.org for Wolfsburg Dortmund. Here we go. 4. Wow, we're getting some high numbers here now, aren't we? So 4 for Wolfsburg. And then the next one, 4-1. So sorry, Twitch Gaming. Sorry, man. But we have to put 4-1 in. The Dortmund are going to lose. And we have to hope now that it is 4-1. Or we just have to hope that it's over 2.5. But this is actually not too bad. This is okay. I can deal with that. 4-1. All right. Let's do the next one. We've got, look, you can see here, we're already halfway through. We have another 4 to go. So far, I have to be honest with you, look at the predictions that we've got so far. 3-1, 4-1, 5-3, 5-2, 4-1. So far, they're all over 2.5. This is perfect. It's actually perfect because this is such an over 2.5 league that I think we could do quite well here. If we were getting like 0-0s and 1-1s, then I'd be like, could be a little bit tricky to win. But so far, every prediction we've done is over 2.5 goals. This is a very heavy over 2.5 league. We're in a good position, I think. Really good. Will there be a final play in the next 30 to 35 minutes? No, there will be one in the second half of the stream. All right, let's do the next one. Darmstadt versus Stuttgart. Here we go. Oh, so we got 2. We have 2 for Darmstadt. And then we have 2-4. Wow, 2-4. Wow. Again, I don't actually mind that because I would expect Stuttgart to probably win that game. And I would expect that game to go over 2.5. So the fact we're putting 4-2 in, which is also an over 2.5 away win, is actually pretty good. So 4-2. I'm going to be so curious to see how we get on this week, you know. Leipzig versus Gladbach is next. Ideally, I want this to be quite high scoring. First number is 4. That's a good start. So 4 here. Second number is what? 4-3. You know what? That's actually quite realistic. I could easily see that game being a 4-3. All right, so 4-3 for 714.1 points from random.org. Amazing. So far, we have not had a 0. We've not had 1-0 yet, which is a bit bizarre. I wouldn't mind having 1-0 in here. We've got, like, here. I wouldn't mind, like, for the next 2 games, look, Bayern versus Bochum. If we got a 0 for Bochum, I'd be well happy with that, because I think that Bayern can keep a clean sheet against them. Let's do Freiburg-Frankfurt next, right? I only need 1, don't I? The thing is with the German league is there's not many clean sheets, actually, so this is actually working out pretty well. What we're going to do is we're going to generate the first number for Freiburg, and we're going to see what the number is we're going to put in for Freiburg here. So let's do it. 5? Oh, God. 5 for Freiburg. Oh, dear. And then Frankfurt is what? 5-4. Oh, my God. Okay, so 5-4. So again, if Freiburg win like 2-1 or 3-0 or 3-1 or 4-0, that's actually going to be a scoreline that will give us quite a lot of points. But trying to get the exact score now of 5-4 is probably out the window. But it doesn't matter. That's the thing. That's the great thing with this game. You don't need necessarily to get the exact score. You just need to get there or thereabouts. You need to get close to. And this will also give us points for 2-1s and 3-0s and 4-0s and all that sort of stuff, right? So, pretty cool. Yeah. A handball league. Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, we would hate that. We would absolutely hate it if it was 5-4, because we obviously have our giveaway that's ongoing on our on our Twitter page, where I want to give somebody £100 when Kevin Trapp gets a score of 100 in Sorare, and obviously conceding 5 goals, he's never going to get a score of 100. So, yeah, we have to pray for Trapp that doesn't happen. Or it does happen, and then we're going to be laughing on POOKY. Right. This is the one that I would like our first number to be 0, because this is the type of fixture where Bayern could definitely win 3, 4, 5-0, something like that. What is it going to give us here? Is it going to give us some madness where, like, Bochum get a number of 6 or something, or 4 or 5? Yeah, do you reckon? Before I do it, let's see what everyone in the chat reckons. What number do you think Bochum's going to get? 1-1 probably, says the Don. I wouldn't mind that, actually. Yeah, Tuchel sacked. What number do we reckon Bochum is going to get before I generate it, guys? 0 to 6 here. Give me some guesses. Give me some positive guesses here. 4 and 3. I said positive guesses, guys. We're getting 4 and 3 at the moment. What other guesses have we got in the chat? 5 from Twitch Gaming? Nobody's going with a 0. I hope we get a 0 now. I really hope we get a 0. Should we generate it? Oh, wow. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. Here we go. 0. We need a 0. Oh, we get a 4. Oh, no. We got no 0 so far. What's going on? We put the 0 in there. That's in our range. I can't believe we've not had a 0. We have to put 4 in for Bochum. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. So Bochum gets 4. We should be insane if Bochum were actually able to score 4. I don't think Bochum have scored 4 in the entire season, have they? They are a very bad attacking team. But apparently we need them to score 4 against Bayern. Surely this has got to be It's going to give us 0 now, isn't it? In a cruel sense of humour, we wanted 0 for Bochum. We didn't get it. We almost wanted a 4 for Bayern. Now what the random number generator is going to do is probably give us 0, isn't it? For Bayern. You know it's coming. You know it's coming. Should we generate it? Oh, it gives us 3. Okay. Fine. We do it. It would have been nice if we'd have had it the other way round or something. But yeah, for now we have Bochum 4, Bayern Munich 3. And I know that there's probably some people in here that think, okay, I'm never going to win. I'm going to be explaining a lot more on another stream, like why this is not a problem. Okay, this is not a problem to put this in on POOKY, right? It's really not. The only thing that this does is that you are reducing the amount of points that you can potentially win, because it's unlikely that we're going to get the exact score of 4-3 in that way. And that means then that we're really just relying on there being over 2.5 goals in here, so we can at least get points for over 2.5. If Bochum win as well, great, we get points for that, but let's be honest, it's not going to happen, is it? Very unlikely it's going to happen. So, these are our predictions done for POOKY in the German League this week. And that was really fun. We've not done that before. And we got some absolutely wild predictions here. Look, 5-4 and 4-3. All of our games are so high scoring that it almost looks like we've done it. Because we would do a high-scoring type of strategy like this, I think, in the German League. So I'm actually kind of happy with it. I'm just going to be very interested to see now how we do. Yeah, I think the dice are broke. You have a lot of 4s. We do. We do. We have no 0s at all. I'm taking a real dice and replacing 6 and 5 with 0. Yeah, or you could do that. That's another thing you could do. You could literally take a physical dice in real life and you could just roll it, right? Obviously, you don't have to do it online, but just for a bit of fun, roll a real dice, right? Take one out of a board game, if you don't actually have a dice lying around, and then just roll it and see what are the numbers that you get, and then put those numbers in and let me know how you get on if you decide to do that. Because it is a fun strategy to do. And it actually could be a strategy that pays huge dividends for you as well. We're not going to do that strategy for the Argentina League. I think it was quite fun to do it for the German League. For this one, we're going to do... Look, we've done 1-1 already. It was 4-0. For this one, we're going to do 1-1. But what we're going to do first of all is we're going to claim all of our rewards first. Okay, so claim the rewards there. Refresh the page as well. Right, then claim again. Okay, and then this time we need to create a transaction on the blockchain, which is going to cost us 1p to do, so we're going to do it. Done. Then refresh the page here. Okay, perfect. Then we're going to go into my collection because we should be able to... Can we update anything? Can we upgrade anything? No, we can't. However, we're going to need to refill the pressure on this ball here, because this is the ball that we use for making our predictions in the Argentinian League, and it's at 85 out of 100. We can make another 10 predictions before the pressure goes into the orange, and when the pressure goes into the orange, we're then going to be getting minus points on our predictions. So we might as well, whilst we're here, we might as well refill the pressure all the way back up to 100, okay? And it's going to use 10 POC. We have 1,869. So we've got more than enough to do it. So let's do that as well. Would you go with Rafa or Zalazar? I don't know who they've got, man. Who have they got? Afternoon to David as well. Got my POOKY rewards for finishing 34th in the Prem. League this morning, 11.98 Matic and 598 POK, says David. Very happy from all the 3-1 predictions. So there you go. Like, if you thought that I was pulling your arm or pulling your leg or however, whatever euphemism you want to use to say that I was having a laugh with you, like joking about, we've got proof in the chat that David put all 3-1. So all of his predictions for the game were 3-1. He ended up finishing 34th in the Prem League, right? Which is a really competitive league. 34th in the world. 12 Matic and 598 POK. Basically 600 POK. Amazing. Tell me another game where you can basically do that, where you don't even really need to apply any skill, any knowledge whatsoever, and you can come away with a nice return of cash, right? If you know another game like that, tell me in the chat. Tell me it, and we'll start covering it. In the base, I was 6, so I had a stronger ball. Could have been higher. So if he had a stronger ball, he could have been higher, yeah. What did you use then? You must have used a rare, right? I'm guessing you used a rare to finish 34th in the Prem. And then if you'd have used like an epic or maybe a legendary, probably would have got first or second. Used a common Prem ball. Well, there you go. David just won 12 Matic from a common POOKY ball. A common POOKY ball. Not even a rare. To put that in perspective, right? The common POOKY ball is worth 30 Matic, okay? 30. That's how much it cost to buy. 30 Matic. He's just won 12. He's won 12 Matic in one game week from a common POOKY ball. It's insane. It's absolutely brilliant. Like, the returns that you can get from this game versus the time and the investment that you put into it are so freaking good that if you're not playing it, I don't know how else I can get you to play the game. I don't know, because it's just fantastic. It's so fun, and the returns are phenomenal. I mean, he's got nearly a third. In fact, he's got over a third of his original investment back on a common POOKY ball in one game week. One game week. And if he carries on, he'll be paying off he'll return the whole cost of his common POOKY ball probably in the next couple of weeks, maybe a month, and then it's done. And then he's playing POOKY with his original investment paid off, and he's just playing then, stake-free, just winning money. And all of that is then profit. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Connor, am I buying a sticker pack today? No. But if anybody is thinking about buying a sticker pack, then you need to be quick to buy them, because this will sell out very quickly, the starter pack. This is the cheapest pack that you can buy for stickers on POOKY. You get 2 stickers in there, 2 common stickers, right? It's a really good value pack. And these 2 stickers you can apply on your POOKY balls. You can even get really powerful stickers in here. For example, you guys remember that we got this sticker, which is a common sticker. We actually unpacked this sticker we pulled this sticker from a starter pack. The $10 starter pack, we got this sticker in. This sticker alone is worth about £40. £40 this sticker's worth. And we pulled it from a pack that's worth $10, which is about £7. So you can get some phenomenal stickers from this starter pack. There's no limit as to how many you can buy. So if you wanted to, you could buy 50 of them, right? But how many you get is all dependent on how quick they sell out. So if you want to buy 50, but they sell out before you can actually buy 50, then you've missed out, right? You have to wait until next week. Or if you want to buy 2, you've got to be quick that you buy 2 before they sell out. It's the same with all of these here. Standard pack's pretty good because you get 1 rare sticker in there. You get 3 commons. But the starter pack will sell out like almost immediately. So if you want to buy stickers today, make sure that you're ready to buy them quickly because they will sell out. They will sell out. if we go back, what we're going to do is we've updated our pressure for this one here, for our Pookie ball, right? So what we're now going to do, just so you can see what we're going to do, we're going to go back into the Argentinian League, this one, and we're now going to complete the rest of our predictions in here. We're not going to use random.org here. We've done it for the German League, and I think that was quite fun. What we're going to do here, we have one strategy for the Argentinian League. It's very simple. We simply do 1-1, right? We have a 1-1 sticker on this Pookie ball, which means that if it is 1-1, we're going to get an additional 6.5% boost to our scoring. Plus, we've also got on our Pookie ball huge percentage boost for the draw and under 2.5. So even a 0-0 will give us a huge amount of points here. So we're going to be doing 1-1 for every single prediction in the Argentinian League. It's that easy. There we go, look. And this takes about 1 minute to do. Every game week, every week. You don't need to spend any time researching their games if you don't want to. Of course, you don't need to have any knowledge of the Argentinian League to do this type of strategy at all. And everybody can do it. And this strategy has won us a load of money in the past before. A few game weeks back, we done exactly the strategy, and we ended up winning. I think it was about 12 Matic or something. And then we done it a few weeks before that, and we ended up winning about 20 or 30, something like that. Very easy to do. And of course, you don't need to do this, right? You can do your own strategies. You could, you don't have to do all the same score. You can do a mix of scores if you want to. You might look at the games and think, I think that one's going to be 2-1. Put 2-1 in, right? You might look at a game and think, but that one's going to be 1-0. Put 1-0 in. But the point here is that there are so many different ways that you can play Pookie. There's no wrong or right way. You just have to find the strategy that you think is the best use of your time and gives you the best return. And at the moment, there we go, we've done it. At the moment, when we run this strategy, which is absolutely perfect for the Pookie ball that we've built, when this comes off, where we get a lot of draws and 0-0s and 1-1s, we will guaranteed be finishing in the top 50%, and we will be winning money. We will be winning money from this type of strategy this week if there are a lot of low-scoring draws that happen in this league, and this league is notorious for low-scoring draws. So give it a try. Give it a try, guys. Don't fear experimenting on Pookie, right? Because the fun comes with experimenting, doing crazy things on it. You don't lose anything, right? This is the point. We can do this type of strategy where we get the random.org to pick our scores for us, right? We can do it without the fear of thinking that we are going to lose money or we're going to be worse off, because we're not, right? If this doesn't pay off at all, if we don't win any rewards, we haven't lost anything. We just simply do a different strategy next week, or maybe we do the same strategy next week and we see whether that's going to be having any better results next week. So, yeah. Arthur's done it with the dice as well. The dice gods say Young, so that's Young Boys 0, Sporting 1, Feyenoord 1, Roma 3. Wow, you've got some good ones there already. Galatasaray 3, Sparta 1. Shakhtar Marseille's a bit mad though, 4-4. Then Lons is 2, Freiburg is 4, Braga is 4, Karabag is 0, and then Benfica 3, Toulouse 0, Milan 1, Rennes 4. You've actually got some good predictions in there from the dice, you know? You really do. I quite like it. Do you know what this reminds me of? I wonder if you guys know about the book, right? When you pick and when you decide things based off of dice, do you know what it really reminds me of? It reminds me of a book that I read, which I would recommend to people, but it's a little bit heavy as well. It's a bit twisted, but it reminds me of this book here, The Dice Man. If anyone is interested, I'd recommend it. It's quite funny. It's very dark. There are some. It reminds me of, you know, like American Psycho. It's a little bit like that, where it's that type of weird, dark kind of humor, but also there's parts in it that make you kind of like squirm because you're like, oh, that's a little bit messed up. But the concept of it's really cool because it's about a guy that makes all his decisions from rolling a dice, right? Every decision he makes, he bases it off a die. So he will give the numbers on a die, um, like outcomes or options, right? So, for example, one might be, I'm going to go and make some food. Two might be, I'm not going to do any work today. Three might be, I'm going to donate money to charity, right? He gives whatever he's thinking, he gives some outcomes to the dice, and then whatever lands on, he goes and obviously does, right? And you can imagine where it goes because he kind of gets addicted to it. And then as the story progresses and as he starts to unravel mentally, he starts to give some of the outcomes or some of the choices on the die. They start to get a little bit more crazier. And I won't reveal more, but it reminds me of the Dice Man, the fact that we were using a number generator to decide what we were going to put in for our predictions here. So yeah, if you didn't know about this book, feel free to check it out. I quite like it. I think it was quite fun. Yeah, just like Two-Face only uses a coin, exactly. Yeah. Apart from the Dice Man is a lot more, how can I say it? The Dice Man is, yeah, much more in the realm of American Psycho, though. It's not about somebody killing somebody. It's not like about a serial killer, but it is that kind of crazy, um, very almost sick sense of story. And the crazy thing with that book as well, The Dice Man, is that it was written in the 60s, right? So it's quite an old book. It was written in the 60s and it was so outrageous, it was so shocking that they banned it. They banned the book. If that book was written today, then the book would be just like perfectly fine, right? Because we're in a different sort of stage of society. But the book that book there was written in the 60s, and when you read it, you can very clearly understand why they banned it in the 60s because it would have been far too radical, far too outrageous for the 60s. But today, we're kind of used to it. So, anyways, right. A quick break, and we come back. We're going to do some lineups on Sorare. So do not go anywhere, guys. We're going to be back in a second.
Welcome to the real world.
All right, guys, we're back again. Just a very quick one. Just a quick little breather there. You might have noticed that we've actually got 27 energy left over. So even though we have largely done our predictions on POOKY for the weekend and this week, we have 27 energy left over. Now, what we will aim to do, I think, is we'll probably aim to spend some of that into the next game week, which we could do here. Oh, we could do it there, but we can't really. No, that's not going to work. We'd have to do it in this one, or we could just do it in the German league. We're also going to need to save some of our energy because we are going to need to use it to update the predictions. So what happens is that because the odds are always changing, you want to have some left over so you can update. Hello to Tazza as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. Right, let's head over to here then. Okay. Our Cap 220 team, I think, is going to be this one here. I don't think we need to change it at all. What do you guys reckon about this team? How do you think this team is going to fare on in the midweek? Is it a card reward? Is it going to miss out? What do you guys reckon? Hello to Piox as well. How you doing, man? I think personally this has a really good chance to win something, but it depends on whether Cade can hit that big score which he'd done against them before. I do think that this is a little bit difficult for Demir Grilak, so I'm not expecting a big score from Grilak, but I think the other guys can deliver a really good score. How did the last game week go? Not so good. We only hit the threshold in limited. That was it. What about yourself, man? What do you think for Jersey Lover competitions? I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. I'm not that fussed about it, to be honest with you. I think it's all right. We've also got a Cap 240, but this is not going to hit the threshold because we have a DMP goalkeeper, and a lot of these players are, especially Ibanez, is unlikely to start. What we should probably do actually is take it off Ibanez and put the captaincy on here, so we can at least improve our chances to try and hit it. And then we have a rare team. This rare team here. We have two players that we are playing in Cap 220, Morales and Grilak. And we're going to put the captaincy on Morales here. We put the captaincy on Cade Cowell in limited. I actually think this team has a good chance of hitting the threshold, even with a DMP goalkeeper. Tier 2, with 450 points in Challenger and Cap Rare threshold, with basically only two players scoring well, and limited threshold. Wow. 450 points in Challenger to get the Tier 2. Beast, you must be well happy with that, man. That's a huge score for Challenger. It's really, really big. Probably the only shame with that is it's only giving you a Tier 2. What would it have won if you'd have put it in All-Star, for example, or Cap 270, or Cap 240, if you could have put it in Cap 240? Because 450 is usually like a Tier 1 or a star, potentially. Like, that's the type of score which can win a division can win a league. Could you give your opinion about Diego Rossi? Excellent player. Yeah, well worth getting. Really good. Guys, what do you reckon? Threshold or not threshold? What do you reckon, chat? Is this team going to hit the threshold this midweek or not? Can we do it with 4 players here? I would be delighted if we could do it. I don't think I'm expecting the team to do it, definitely not. But I would like the team to have a good crack to see whether we can get close to doing it and achieving the impossible. I do think when you are playing 4 players, right, and you're trying to hit threshold with only 4, the captaincy then becomes vitally important. And the captaincy is always important anyway. But then with 4 players, you need your captain to smash a big score. So what we need is we need like Morales to hit a score of like 70, 80, 90, 100. If he can do that, then we have a really good chance to do it. If he doesn't, then it's unlikely we're going to be able to do it. I just checked. It would have been 17 euros and a tier 1. Yeah, if you'd have put it in where? If you'd have played it where, though, Beast? Because honestly, 450 is big enough that you should either be winning a competition with that or getting close to winning it. Oh, so if you put it in All-Star, you would have got 17 euros in the tier 1. And you played it in where? Challenger. Did you think that they could deliver that type of score, though? Like, was that a score that surprised you? Let's have a quick look on here as well. Oh, wow. What's going on here then? Okay, they've changed things a little bit. Oh, what? It was doable, was it? Oh, yeah. You had Desart, Tadic, and Koita. Oh, my God. I would have, with that team, I would have absolutely put them in All-Star, man. That team is almost too good to play in Challenger. I would have put it in All-Star. Yeah, you don't like the design, do you? I'm not a big fan of it. They had an option where you could go almost to the old design, right? But going into tools and then Sorare, and then there would be like a lineup predictions for the football. But it looks like they've removed it. We were able to access that yesterday, but not anymore, which is a bit weird. So they're now kind of like forcing you to use the new view. It's okay. I don't know whether it's necessarily better than the last one, but hey, it's okay. What we're going to do here. Oh, that could have been high, yeah. Yeah, that could have been good as well. Got 446 points in under 23. This is Padu Goal, who's over on YouTube. He says he got 446 points in under 23. He finished 65th for a tier 2. Damn. This is the problem with, yeah, sure, it was a high-scoring game week, but also it doesn't help that it's already very competitive and limited because of the supply, right? So even if it wasn't a very high-scoring game week, you might have actually been able to score better or at least win better if it wasn't so crowded and limited anymore. Gorian, there's Garza there. Grylax there at 80% as well. Okay. Yeah, there's actually nothing we need to do. There's nothing we need to do on our lineups. I think I'm pretty happy with them. I'm almost just looking for something to do. We're golden. We are actually golden for the midweek. What I probably need to do, we've done our academy teams. So guys, don't forget about your academy teams, right? Make sure you put those in. What we do need to do is we need to check our lineups over on Ultimate Champions because I haven't had a look. We do have rewards to open from the weekend, and then we need to get more lineups going in about 5 hours time. The new game week starts on Ultimate Champion. So, oh wow. Oh my God, we got 2,159 points in the leagues here, which is the free to play. We finished 43rd. I think we had to finish in the top 25 to win either champ. Well, it's not champ anymore. The token, the Una token, which is actually money, or an epic. So we really came very close to doing that. Wow. Why do we get 3 commons here and then we get another 3 here? There's a lot of cards to win. Oh, okay. But I thought surely we just get like the highest, right? So even though we got over 1,900, it looks like we're getting the MGC here and then the 3 cards. And then because we finished in the top 50, we're also getting 300 and the 3 common cards here. I actually just thought it was, well, I guess it makes sense, right? Because this is almost like a separate thing. Everybody has to get rewards based on where they, on the points they get. And then if you do finish in the top 50, this is like additional, isn't it? Wow. Very cool. Very cool. No, I'm not, Thomas, because I've already bought some on the weekend. No, it's not my rewards from last game week. It's the fact that we got over 1,900, so we get the 150 and the 3, and then we also qualified as being in the top 50. So then we get 303, right? That's how I am. Yeah, look. So this one here is for the points, isn't it? No, sorry, this one's here for the points. So yeah, the 150 MGC is for getting over 1,900. And then the 300 is a separate reward you get for finishing in the top 50. Oh, we were so close to finishing in the top 25. How did our lineup do? As in, like, how did they score it? Oh, my God. Oh, wow. Look at that. So we had 2 DMPs here, which were subbed out for these 2. And then, look, we had Hillary Gong on the... Oh, my God. We had Hillary Gong on the bench with 296 points. If we'd have played him instead of Coman, we would have got into the top 25. And we would have won either the MGC. No, we would have won, yeah, some Una and an Epic. Oh, God. So close. Honestly, so close to winning in the free-to-play. That's incredible, isn't it? I mean, this could have been a lot better too, because our 2 defenders that we picked here, look, they lost. So our 2 Farrell defenders that we thought were going to do quite good in this fixture, they had a shock defeat at home, which reduced their scoring. And I was expecting those 2 to score around 150. So we kind of got a little bit unlucky. And then I was actually expecting that this game would have produced more scoring. He only played 45 minutes, look. He played 45 minutes, so I don't know if he came off injured or whatnot. Oh, great effort. Fantastic effort. Very unlucky not to be winning Una tokens or an actual card. Look at that, 43rd. And the person who came top got 2,400. So if we had played Hillary Gong instead of Florian Koeman, we would have got an additional 200, 200 points or so, right? 220. 220 on top of this would have then given us, yeah, we might have even come second. If we'd have put Hillary Gong in, we might have probably come second there. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, if we'd have captained Saka, we would have done really well too, but I wasn't expecting Arsenal to beat them 6-0. Essentially, if we'd have played Hillary Gong instead of Koeman, we would have actually finished second. Wow. Incredible. Good effort. So, anyways, we go again because the new game week is starting in 5 hours' time. From the tournaments, we came 50th here, and we came 44th here, which is pretty good given the fact that we autofill. We don't even try and take these seriously. We just autofill. So we have a total of 300, 450, 550, 600. We have 730 MGC to accept. That's brilliant. That actually gives us, I think we're just short of being able to afford 2 basic packs. Anyway, let's receive them. I'll drop the link in the chat as well, in case anybody wants to check this game out. Okay, let's open the pack here. That's 50. And then we get 130 here. Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, we should get some good comments, shouldn't we? Oh my God, come on. Like the page is stalled trying to open a... There we go. God, that took forever. Right. Let's open this one for the 300 and the 3. So we're getting this for a top 50 finish here. Here we go. League's top 50. Look. League's top 50 in the free-to-play, which is brilliant. Paul Iokub. Okay. Razvan Sava, a goalkeeper. They've got good average scores as well. Look at that. And then Sangante is brilliant. I've already got him, but you can never have enough of Sangante. That's decent. It's really good. Okay. Especially a goalkeeper. And then we get another 3 here for getting over 1,900 points. So if we open this one now, we then get another goalkeeper, Nikola Merkovic, right? Then Sambu Sissoko. Wow. Look at his scoring there. He has an average of 173. He's hit 198, 145, 126, and 224 in his last 5 games. What a great pool that is. Wow. And then Jay Lynch, another goalkeeper, look, with 139. Wow, we've done good. We've done very good. Great options to help us more in the free-to-play. We've now got 1,419 MGC as well. Let's see if we can spend it. We don't have enough to buy 2 jumbo packs. We can get 1, or... Oh, we're a little bit short of being able to afford the silver pack. Look, we have a 95% chance to get an epic there. We don't have enough. We are 80 MGC away from the underdogs here. We could also save it up, if we wanted to, a little bit more to try to get a silver pack under 23 for 2,249. Yeah, I think we might save it because we are so close now. The fact that we just got all of that MGC from the top 50, we're actually very close to being able to afford, look, not the silver pack under 23, but
Welcome
we're close to being able
to
to
the
afford
real
this
world.
one. This is 1,874. We have 1,400. And in this one, again, we have a chance for a mythic card. We're guaranteed effectively to get some kind of an NFT in there. And then it's actually leagues that are pretty good too. So the La Liga, the Bundesliga, French League 1 and 2, the Premier League, the Championship, and the Scottish Premiership. Not bad. Thank you also, Railbird12 for the follow. Probably what I would do is I would buy the under 23 underdogs, because if you can pick up an under 23 player, they're usually just quite a good hold. There's another page that we can check out too. This is a lot more expensive though, look. Yeah, and then there's the Silver Pack Elite Syrian. So ideally, I would love to be able to afford this one. The problem is that we would have to save up a lot more for that. We are currently at 1,419. We would need another 2,300. So this will take a long time for us to get to. Probably another 5 or 6 game weeks until we'd be able to afford to have enough to open that pack. But this would be a really good one, I think, to open, because that season is about to start soon. Not about to start, but I think it's got another 2 months or so. I think it starts in April, so it's not too far away. Okay, good. Let's put our team together for the new game week on Ultimate Champions. If it will let us, actually. Can't remember if I said thank you to Railbird for the follow, but if I didn't, then thank you for the follow. Okay. So we're going to have another crack at building a squad, a team, a lineup to see whether we can do just as well as we've done, where we can try and, again, get into the top 50. Ideally, want to try and get into the top 25 so that we were not too far off that time. Let's see what we can do. If we clear the team, right, what goalkeeper do we have? Okay, so now we've got another copy of Jay Lynch. So that's the goalkeeper that we just won, but we already had him. Okay. We'd probably need to go for Allsop here. For Hull City, away to Rotherham. What's the deal though with Ivor Panda? Like, is he really not? He's not getting any game time, is he? Find it really bizarre that they went and they bought Ivor Panda, but they're not using him when I think that he is good enough to be starting. Oh, look, 55%, and then Panda's at 45%. That's not very convincing, is it? For us to pick somebody for Ultimate Champions when he's at 55%. So I don't think we pick him. We could, but the problem is that if we picked him, we'd then have to put a goalkeeper on the subs bench, and that's just a waste of a sub. You must want to have your subs as the outfielders, really. This Play Sharper update, isn't it? A lot of people don't like it. Yeah, they don't like the look of it. I'm not a big fan personally. Okay. We could take the risk, though. We could pick him and then just hope that he starts, but don't really like these other fixtures. I don't like Fleetwood at home to Reading. They've been quite poor, Fleetwood. Ripley, I think this is Connor Ripley. He's away to Peterborough, which is horrible. I don't think we've really got a choice, have we? I think we just have to cross our fingers and hope that Allsop gets another game. Let's do it. And then Gibson's been very, very good. He's brilliant at the moment, so we have to put him in. Kenneth Powell's in there. Pateta's in there. He has the potential to score very good. He hasn't been at the moment. Who have we got down at the bottom? Okay. Ward's in there. I quite like Ward. I liked him when he was playing for Peterborough. Now he's moved to Derby. He's not really getting a lot of game time. Thank you also to Iris Jesus for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. Okay, so I think that's James L. For Barnsley. He has quite a good game. It's away, but based on the positions of the teams, it should be a good one for Barnsley. I don't think at the moment I want to do 4 at the back because we don't actually have very good defenders here with good fixtures. So why don't we go with this here at the moment? And then Earl. Then switch the formation to 3-5-2. And then hopefully we've got a load of midfielders that are really good. We don't have a load, but we have a few. So Thomas at the moment's doing really good. He has a difficult game, though. We definitely have to put Luke in here. Okay. Neil's pretty good. Harrison Burrows, why did he only get 10? Did he get sent off in the last game? Why did he only get 10? Let's have a little look. Minus 90. Okay, for the 5 goals that were conceded while on the pitch. It's basically, that's why, isn't it? He got minus 100.
To the real world.
He also made a couple of errors, but like he made 2 fouls. He didn't get a red card. It's largely this, isn't it? Because you get a lot of minus points for the goals you concede. You get like minus 20. And so that's why he scored so bad. Because, yeah, Peterborough, they lost 5-2. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Pathoth94. The stickers have sold out. I told you guys, they sell out. You've got to be so quick to pick up the stickers on POOKY. You've got to be there, ready to pick them up. They're gone. This starter pack is gone. Yeah. So you've got to be so quick because everybody knows that this is so much value, right? It's like it's $10 for 2 stickers that can really help you to win a lot more than $10, right? So this will always sell out very quickly. And then next will be the standard pack. So if you've missed out on that, it's now worth trying to target the standard pack if you can, because that'll be the next one to go. How are the balls selling? Okay, so there's 1 legendary ball available. There's 4 epics available. There's only 18 rares available. Oh my god, that's really not a lot of rares there. And then there's 75 commons. So I'm guessing they probably dropped 100, and that 2 have already sold so far. So again, guys, if you're not, playing this game, you should be. You really should be. You can make a lot of money from it. It's really fun to play as well. We have a lot of fun playing it, as I showed you today. And it's very cheap to get involved, and you don't need much time or effort or knowledge or skill to play it. It takes 1 minute to play. You do need to have a Pooky ball. Once you have a Pooky ball, doesn't matter which one, you can then start to reap the benefits of this game. So use the link in the chat, please, if you want to give this a go, because it not only helps you out, but it also helps me out. You'll get a load of freebies when you use the link to start playing the game. Let's go back to Ultimate Champions, though. So we'll put Harrison Burrows in there. Jed Wallace is actually a really good player, but he scores so badly on Ultimate Champions that there's no point putting him in a lineup. But in real life, he's actually quite good. Okay. Probably need to be looking at Chair here, even though that's not how you pronounce his name, but it's just easy to call him Chair. Or we could look at Thomas with the Huddersfield game, just because he's in very good form at the moment. And then this guy here, just because he's quite consistent. That's probably what we do. Then up front, who have we got up front? Oh, okay. Up front's a little bit sketchy. Okay. We have Lyndon Dykes. We've got Nibs. There. And then we have Fletcher. So we put Fletcher in for Wrexham. And then we probably play Nibs or Knibs, if you want to say that, Knibs. It's not great, though. Or we could technically do a 5. We could do... no. I don't want to do a... Can't do a 5-4-1. It doesn't exist, does it? Yeah, I think that's about as good as we're going to get. Then we captain Gibson because he's been brilliant at the moment. And then we can put... Another question. I will run out soon. What's the best way to improve my max energy? Buy more balls. Yeah. Buy more balls and level up your Pooky balls. That's the best way, Connor. Okay. And then as an additional midfielder, we could put someone like Morgan. In fact, we need to have Morgan. We might need to have Morgan in. Let's take Burrows out. Let's put Morgan in like that. And then we can put Burrows here as the sub. There we go. And then as the additional forward, we could put Collins, because I quite like Collins. Playing for Bolton now. Let's do that. Yeah, I think that's okay. The cheapest Pooky ball you can get is the common one. So $25, this one here. And you'll be able to pay off the total cost of the Pooky ball, that common Pooky ball, within a month to 2 months, I'd say, depending on how well you do. We had I think it was David here in the chat earlier. He finished 34th in the Prem competition this weekend with a common ball. And his common ball cost him 30 mat each or so, and he won 12 mat each. So he won 12 mat each. His cost of his ball cost 30 mat each, and he won the 12 mat each in one game week. So he won back just over a third of what he originally spent. It's very, very good. Okay, so this is done. And we hope that we can get 1,900 or something a little bit more ideally, but I think that's about as good as we can do. I don't mind it. Then we go into the tournaments here. And then for the tournaments, we are simply just going to autofill. So for Ultimate Champions here, we're going to register. We're going to autofill like that. We have to take a few of these guys out so that we can fit under the cap like that. And then we give the captaincy to Connor. Let's do that. Confirm. And then can we do an under 23? I don't think we can. We'll give it a go. Autofill. We can do it, but they don't actually have a game. So we will do it. We'll put Neil as the captain. We'll take out, Adam as well. Confirm. This one we'll do too. Autofill. Great. Let's put Luke O'Nean as the captain. And then this one here is another autofill. Go. And we can put Gibson as the captain in this one. Done. Okay, so we're good. We're ready to go. I've also got, I now have 110 collection on Ultimate Champion. So when I was last talking about this, I had 90 collection score. I went and bought a couple of extra players. So I bought Eddie, Nketiah, and I also bought Adam Holozek. Two youngsters, basically, that I don't mind sitting on for a while. And they didn't cost a lot of money either. So they were nice, cheap players that I think are quality. They're just not really playing at the moment. So I think in the future, if they can get a loan move or a permanent move, they could go and do really good things. But yeah, now we have a collection score of 110. What it means is that whenever Ultimate Champions is going to drop new athletes, so new football players in here, new clubs, or any kind of new launches, we have the potential where we can get those cards for free because we have a collection score of a minimum of 100, which is pretty cool. Cool. Okay. It's a bit annoying. I need an auction to happen for this guy. One of the good things with the bots is that obviously they often have the lowest cost rate, but you can't negotiate them down. Okay. This is probably going to be the team that we run with. This is fine. This is also fine. This is good too, I think. Ah, but it means that we can't build up XP on Anto Grigic, for example, which is a little bit annoying. Should be okay. Ow. There we go. That's also okay. I almost need another academy team because we have a lot of rares that are missing out on the double XP. But I'm not going to pay, or was it 15,000 now? Yeah, like 15,000 Sorare coins. I mean, we have the coins to do it, but that's just so overpriced compared to what you can get now for the Sorare coins, isn't it? All right, we're good. We're done. We're done. I'll open up a few free tip scout fund coupons. Chat's a little bit too quiet as well. So yeah, we're kind of done for the moment. So it's up to you guys now. I'm happy to help you before the game week starts in 45 minutes. So let me know. We'll also open up Timo Pooky as well. There we go. IWLS says, hi guys, 16th in Champions Europe Rare. Wow. That's insane. So what's that, a tier 1? It's a tier 1, right? And a little bit, do you get some money for that as well? It's incredible. I hope you get a good reward too, man. Please let us know what you get later on tonight. Oh, is it a tier 2 plus money? Okay. Wow. I thought you might have been able to get a tier 1. It seems high enough that you should be able to get a tier 1, no? How far away were you from getting the tier 1 then? Like, how many positions were you away from getting the tier 1? With the new update, what do you think will happen with the free-to-play side of the game? I think the free-to-play will flourish if they can improve Rivals, because at the moment, Rivals is a hot mess, to be honest with you. There's a lot of managers out there that are refusing to see it as that, but it's a hot mess at the moment. Hello to Ginge. If I do pick my lineup, can you do it for the next game week? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is why I opened it up. So that we can help you for the next game week, which is starting in 40 minutes time. So yeah, feel free to choose that if you want. The tier 1 is until 6th place, is it? Oh, wow. God, that's quite restrictive, isn't it? Not even if you get into the top 10, you don't even win a tier 1. Wow. It's pretty hard. How many points did you get if you finished 16th? Like, how high scoring was it in the Champions? Because I reckon it was quite high scoring, right? Between Neuer and Kim Jong-hoon, who should I pick as a goalkeeper for my cap 270? For what? For this next game week or in general? Because I think you should pick Neuer, personally. If you are talking about, well, you're talking about 270, which means you need to pick a goalkeeper of a pro card. So do you already have those cards, or are you asking us that question because you think you need to go out and get one of them? Because that we can answer that in two different ways, basically. If you've already got Neuer and if you've already got Kim Jong-hoon, then let us know. If you don't, and you're asking us, should you go out and buy them, then that's different. We have a different answer, I think, then. So your score was 436.11. That's actually pretty good. I think in Champion Europe, though, that's probably not super high. Because I always feel like in Champion Europe, you should be aiming for kind of like 450 to be trying to crack the top 10, right? But still, it's impressive, man. 436 in I think, quite a high-scoring game week. Sorry, I meant the game week for the weekend. Ah, okay. So you mean game week 451 rather than 450. We can do it for that too, Ginge, yeah. That's not a problem. We can do it for that too, man. For that game week, I already have both. Is Lazio versus Bayern and Book versus Pohang. I would pick Neuer. I don't trust the Book Pohang game, personally. I mean, they're both difficult games, let's be honest about it. I think Bayern are in a difficult spot because of the fact that they lost so hard against Leverkusen. So that's one of the reasons that I would pick Neuer, because I just don't think that Bayern, being the big club that they are, and how shocking it was that they lost that game in the manner that they did, there's going to be a reaction. They have to react. Like, because most big clubs, when they have a big loss like that, the very next game, you don't want to face them, because then they'll be like a force to be reckoned with. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually end up keeping a clean sheet, because defensively, they would have had to have done a lot of work after the Leverkusen game. So I would fancy the Neuer pick over the Book game, personally. But I think that a lot of EPL stacks are in EPL weekly, so Champions Europe is easier. Yeah, I see the logic. Yeah, definitely. We've got to pick my lineup from Ginge, so we can do that. So Ginge, if you want to let me know what your Sorare manager name is, please, man. Is it just Ginge? Or is it something different? So if you're new on the channel and you don't know what this is about, we have a couple of like what are called free tip scout fund coupons, which are channel benefits that you get. So whenever you're on the live streams and you are jumping on them, you are earning coupons, right? So the more that you can jump on, it's obviously a big support to me. It then means that you can collect them, right? They're accruing, okay? You're earning them. Even right now, as I'm talking to you, you're earning these coupons, right? And there are different ways that you can earn more. So subbing to the channel means that you can earn them at a quicker rate. Gifting out subs means that you can also earn a bigger amount too. There's different ways that you can earn them. And you can find out by clicking on the little potato icon in your chat. So it's almost like a little potato emoji. Click on that, and it's going to bring up the pop-up box, which will tell you all about the channel points, which we call them free tip scout fund coupons, how they work, how you can earn them, and how much they cost, right? Because they all have different costs. The one big benefit that we do on the stream, which everybody can claim, is that when you earn 75,000 free tip scout fund coupons, I will buy you any player that you want, right? Up to a maximum value of £10. And I will buy them live on the stream with you, and I will send them to you live on the stream. It's a really big benefit that we do. Of course, before then, there's lots of other coupons that you can spend on different benefits. And one of them is Pick My Lineup, which Ginge has just activated. He's just redeemed. And what that means is that we're going to look at his gallery right now for a specific game week. And he wants us to look at game week 451. And then what we're also going to do is we are going to ask him what division or what competition he wants us to pick the lineup for him. Okay. And so it's just a good way for us to check out other managers' Sorare galleries, right? Look at the players that they're working with. And then for me to show you guys that with your gallery, this is what I would do to try and maximize the success that you could get from the players that you've got. So Ginge says that he wants it to be done in Challenger Euro, game week 451. So if we go into Challenger Europe here, and we're talking about limited, aren't we, Ginge, right? I didn't really check your gallery. I didn't check to see if you had... No, you don't have any rares, right?
To the real world.
Thank you also, Nayoi. Apologies if I got your name wrong. Nayoi, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. So we're going to pick the lineup for Ginge, right? And this is what he's got to work with. So he has quite a few goalkeepers here. He's got Mickey van der Haar, Carson. He's got a couple of Carsons, actually. He's got Dominic Scheel, Kelly Roos. He's got Cardessler as well, and Joe Hart. the standout one really here is, of course, Joe Hart. Home game against Kilmarnock, isn't it? Yeah. Really good average scores. Great chance for a clean sheet as well. We're probably going to go with Joe Hart here. I mean, he's the standout pick by a mile. So let's throw Joe Hart in. Hey, man, I'm French and a Pooky player. Bonjour to you, man. Hello, thank you for jumping in. Glad to hear you're a Pooky player too, because we love the game. If you are playing Pooky and if you are loving Pooky, or if you're not playing Pooky, but you feel like you would want to gain a bit more knowledge about Pooky, then you're going to want to tune in tomorrow, because we have a very special stream planned tomorrow, which I think you guys are going to love. More details on that to follow over on Twitter later on this afternoon from me, so keep an eye out. Defender-wise, wow, he has Wilhelm. Got Kevin McAllister as well. It's got Romalo. Wow. Ginge, you didn't tell me that you were rolling with the big dogs, no? You've got some great players here. You really do. He's got some phenomenal players. I mean, Romalo. And the great thing with this type of competition is there's no cap, right? So we can, if we wanted to, pick Romalo and Wilhelm. I don't think we want to pick Wilhelm, if I'm honest with you. An away game against Besiktas is not that good. I do think we probably want to pick Romalo. We might want to pick Kevin McAllister, but I think for sure here, home game for Romalo against Heracles, and the level of scoring that you get from this guy, home or away, is absolutely insane. Look. I mean, this guy is like £3.78. This is the madness with Limited right now, is that some of the very best performers out there are so cheap. He has an AA of 19.9, and he's quite consistent as well. Look. Let's bring up his overall scoring. Look. It's very consistent. I'm loving Pooky a lot. I will be there tomorrow. I want creating content on this game. Good to hear, man. Yeah. The more people that can create content about Pooky, the more that people can find out about this game as well. So start doing it. It's a fantastic game. And yeah, hope to see you tomorrow as well. We're going to have a few giveaways tomorrow, so you definitely don't want to miss it. So what we're going to do, we're going to put Romalo here because he just has a very good home game with a very good opponent, great opponent score. His clean sheet percentage is high too. It's a standout pick, really. The only thing I would say here to you, Ginge, is that why don't you have a Celtic defender? I mean, ideally, if you had a Celtic defender, this would be the perfect time to be stacking, no? So then you have Joe Hart, and then you've got, a Celtic defender. It's probably because they're quite expensive, isn't it? Like, Celtic defenders are quite, are pricey. Yeah, I'm not surprised, man. They are kind of expensive. I mean, Johnston is expensive. Scales is very expensive. He's about 30 or so pounds, isn't he? Yeah, look, 34 pounds at the moment. So it makes it difficult to stack with Joe Hart. I think Joe Hart at the moment, how much is Joe Hart? About 20? Oh, Joe Hart's £9.67. Brilliant. So Joe Hart is the nice cheap way into the Celtic defence. But then the problem that you've got, anyone's got this problem, is that if you then wanted to create a bit of a stack, it then becomes, that's where the expense comes into it. Because the defenders are actually more expensive than the goalkeeper, which is a little bit unusual. Johnston at £9 is pretty good. He did come off injured though, didn't he? In the last game, right? He came off injured, but Johnston at £9.25, given his level of scoring, that's quite reasonable for a Celtic defender. Might be one worth trying to get into if you can at some point, but because you don't have one, we're going to go with Romalo, which is a very good option anyway. And then midfielder-wise, you have, oh my God, you've got the legend, Desart. This is pretty easy, actually. Yeah, I mean, you've got Matteo Maric as well. You've got Callum McGregor, which kind of gives you a little bit of a stack there with Celtic. It's probably quite a good one too, but we have to really look at Julian Desart here. We might look at Desart and Callum McGregor. but for sure it needs to be Desart. He's up against Eupen as well, which is really quite a good game. And he probably will even get the captaincy, I think. And up front, you've got Shankland. Okay, I like Shankland. He's very, very good. I like to see that you've got him. You've got Maeda. You've got Laurent in there, Jordan Y, who's a good budget option, but probably not that good. Definitely not that good, actually, for Challenger Europe. Much more of a Cap 220 type player. Okay, you've got him as well. Sokol. This is not a good fixture for him, but interesting to see that you've got him. And you've got Steve Shrevers as well, who I really like, because Shrevers is a forward that kind of scores very good in his AA. So he has forward and midfielder cards. His old cards are forward cards. He used to be a player that a lot of Sorare managers were scrambling, should I say, scrambling to get. Because, yeah, him as a forward card, if you look at his forward, look, his forward scores are very good because he has this insane AA for a forward card. If you compare his scores as a forward to a midfielder, they don't drop. They don't really drop that much, right? Which makes him a very good player to have on Sorare, whether you have him as a midfielder, but especially as a forward card. I don't think that there are... Well, you have the forward card, which is great. He's got an okay fixture. Shankland I like more because Shankland is a proper forward that has been in great form as well. Look, I mean, his form has been insane, isn't it? So I feel like we should be looking at Shankland here because he's just been outrageous, really. And then what we could do is then we could look at someone like a Callum McGregor. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Blair Spittle is also pretty good, but I don't think Blair Spittle away to Hearts there. I think if I was going to put this team together, I would then put, say, Callum McGregor in here. One of the issues I have a little bit with Callum McGregor is that he scores a little bit too much in the mid-range, right? And he doesn't score enough into the higher range. Like, he has no scores at all over the past year in the 80-point range, which is a little bit of a problem. When he does score good, it kind of tends to be 60. He will, from time to time, get into 70, 80 if he gets a decisive as well. But it's very rare that he can kind of get into 70, 80 without one. So there's a part of me that wants to play him, and I probably will pick him here. But I think you could also equally pick someone like Wilhelm, potentially even Rob Schoofs as well, as we know Rob Schoofs is really good. He just doesn't have a very good fixture, I think, Rob Schoofs here. You know, like he's got that level of scoring. I just don't think you want to be picking a Rob Schoofs away to Antwerp, if I'm honest with you. So I would probably pick here Callum McGregor. Then I would put the captaincy on Julian Desart. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really talk about Adam Eder, did I? I guess you could look at Eder too. I don't think I would personally. But then if you were going to pick Callum McGregor and you've already got a heart, then it might be worth picking Eder too. I just don't trust Eder as much as I trust Shankland personally. But you might trust him a lot more. So this is the team that I think that I would put together to have a really good go in Challenger. And I have to be honest with you, you've got some really strong players here where you should be challenging for like top 50, I think, every week with the players you've got. You should be challenging really well. So that's the team that I would pick for you, man. Is it the team that you would pick yourself, or like who would be different here if you were going to pick it? Ginge, like who would you do differently? Or what would you do differently? No problem at all. No problem at all. Very happy to help you, man. It's quite nice to see your gallery as well because I think you've got quite an interesting gallery. I mean, from the looks of it, you've got a nice mix of players that will do well in the new format too, right? So you've got some Eredivisie and Belgian Pro League players that are going to be solid in Challenger, in that Challenger tier. And then, of course, you've got some pretty strong players in Scotland who will be able to dominate quite well for you in the Contender tier too. You would do Ida for McGregor. Fair enough, man. I can see that too. Please let us know how you get on this weekend. So in game week 451, no matter what team you put out, it might be this, it could be something different, right? As you say, you might be looking at putting Ida in instead of McGregor. Whatever team you do, can you let us know how you get on in Challenger Europe, please? Because I'm very curious to know with the fixtures that you've got coming up this weekend for the players you've got in your gallery. I think you could do very, very well. Yeah. So yeah, I'd love to hear if you can smash it or get a podium or get into the top 50. So there you go. I've set you a little challenge there. Get into the top 50. Ginge. No less, man. All right. I think what we're going to do, we're going to take another quick break here. And then when we come back, we'll have about 15 minutes or so before the start of the game week. So we're back in about 5 minutes, guys, okay? Hello again. All right, guys, it's about 10 minutes until the start of game week 450, which is the midweek game week. So if you've not got your lineup sorted, you have very little time to do it now. Please make sure that you double check all your lineups and you just quickly check the last minute DMPs and stuff as well, which I think we'll quickly do. We've already done it, but especially if you're just tuning in, it might just be worth me showing everyone what our teams are for the midweek. So we're going to try and hit a card ward in Cap 220. We're going to try. There is a star in there. Now, sometimes there's not star rewards in here. It depends on how many licensed teams are playing in the midweek. This week there is, probably because there's European games which are happening. That's pretty cool. And then, yeah, there's only one, of course. Most of the time, we're going to be probably aiming for around here. But we could very well also get a tier 5, which I hope we don't get. But you always run that risk when you are playing in a competition and there's tier 5s and there's tier 4s in there, that you can come away with something that just doesn't really justify the time or the effort or the cost of the team. So hopefully we can win more than a tier 5, tier 4. We have to see what they do. I think a lot of this score, a lot of how this team does really depends on Cade. Cade hit a perfect score of 100. Well, he didn't. He hit 99.7. But if you look on Sorare data, it looks like he has a perfect score of 100 against this opponent that he played last week. So we're hoping that he, now at home, he can do the same or close to. And then we get a really big score from Morales and Elman. We know these two are very capable of doing it. I don't know whether Man City can keep a clean sheet against Copenhagen, because Copenhagen at home are actually quite good. I'm not saying that Copenhagen will beat Man City, because I don't think they will. But I just don't know whether Man City can keep a clean sheet here. But what we would expect is that Man City should be able to dominate in possession. And so again, if they're going to have all the possession and dominate the other team, then it just means that Copenhagen are going to have very few chances to score. So a clean sheet from Edison, a monster score from Morales, a decisive of some kind from Elman, a really good decisive, and then potentially some really good AA from Cade Cowell. And then Damir Grilak, whatever he can provide, will then just be a bonus. But we're not really relying on Damir Grilak to provide most of the scoring for this lineup, because he is away to Tigres. That's really difficult. And he often needs a decisive and good AA to score very well. Sometimes he doesn't really provide the AA. He might just provide a decisive, and then you're only getting 60 from him. And of course, if he doesn't provide the decisive, then he's only going to give us about 30 or 40. So we kind of need these four to do the heavy lifting. And then we just need any kind of points from Damir Grilak to edge us closer to a higher tier prize in Cap 220. And then we have a bit of a team in Cap 240. So we have a real punty team here to try and hit the threshold. We are most likely not going to do it, because Ibanez is unlikely to start. Gorian's not been really scoring that good. Garza has been playing okay, so he's maybe our route to try and do it with a DMP goalkeeper. But this is an absolute punt. We're not expecting anything from this team at all, but we are just putting our leftover players in here who we can't fit in anywhere else, right? And then we have a Cap 240 rare team, which obviously is our main focus to try and do well in rare. This is going to be interesting if we do hit the threshold here, because we're trying to do it with a DMP goalkeeper. We don't have a starting goalkeeper for the week, the midweek anyway. So we're just putting in Hervey Kofi. And of course, we've got Grilak and Morales in our Cap 220 team. So kind of a lot of our success this midweek will be determined by Morales, I think, because he's in both of the teams and we are captaining him in here. So we do need him to produce a really big score. which will then put us on our way to hopefully hit the threshold in rare with 4 players, and also will put us in good stead in the Cap 220 as well. Again, Demir Groylak, I'm not really expecting much from, so it needs to be a case where Morales hits big. We need Garterman, who I've brought in for the midweek, but also I brought him in for the new format as well. We need him to deliver big. We know he can do it, but he hasn't really done it since he's been at Aberdeen. And I'm hoping now that he can do it this midweek. And then Lauren, who's the new starter at Ghent, we hope that he can deliver some kind of a decisive. He did do it on the weekend. So there's a lot of hope, right? There's a lot of hope. Not really super confident. But you never really are when you have a DMP 4-man team to try and hit threshold, right? Like, you do need a lot of things to go your way. If this does hit the threshold, great. If it doesn't really matter, because this was a bit of a punt anyway. Hello to Robbie. He's also got Cowell as the captain. Let's go indeed, man. And then Rockin and Norwich stack this midweek. Should I put it in All-Star or Cap 240? All-Star. Well, I would technically say Cap 240 because that is on borrowed time. And we know that this is probably, well, you've got two more game weeks to try and hit the threshold format. The threshold rewards in the current format. So Cap 240. Okay. FTS, I've got to go. See you tomorrow for the stream. Thank you so much, Arthur. Thank you for jumping in, man. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, man. As always, for the amazing support. Yeah. Let's close some of this down as well. How are we getting on over on POOKY? Last time we looked, there were 98. There's still 90. Oh, there's 91. So 7 POOKY balls have been sold. Well, actually 9, I think. But 7 have been sold since we last looked at it. So they do seem to be flying off the shelf a little bit quicker this week. The stickers as well. We know that the starter pack is now sold out. There's only 41 left of the standard pack. There's 8 left of the booster. There's always 1 of the mega pack. So again, no surprises that this one is sold out quickly. If you missed out on the starter, consider trying to pick up a standard because the standard pack will be the next one to sell out here. Most likely. It usually is, to be honest with you, because anybody that has missed out on a starter that maybe has a little bit of extra Matic in the balance can then push their attentions to getting the standard pack, right? But the booster pack, going from kind of like a starter pack to a booster pack, is over 10 times more. What's everyone competing in the midweek as well? Just before the midweek starts, what's everyone's focus in the midweek? And what are you hoping to win in the midweek? Nothing. But yeah, Twitch Gaming, I want to ask you actually, because I know that you largely play free to play, right? With the new format or the new update, are you going to be investing in any full teams in Sorare? As in, like, has the update made you think, okay, it's a good time now to be playing the game a bit more seriously rather than kind of mainly the free-to-play modes? Ginger's going in Challenge Europe and Cap 220 and Cap 240. Are they all 3 strong teams, Ginger, or are any of those throwaways as well. If you've got 3 teams with starting goalkeepers, then you've got a great chance there, man. Any card, so it feels like a victory, yeah. For a long time for me, even if I was winning the tier 5s, it was great. Because if you're winning, then it makes you feel like you're doing the right thing, doesn't it? Unfortunately, for me anyway, it got to the point when I no longer needed the tier 5s and I actually needed better. And I was still winning the tier 5s, so it started to feel like a bit of a loss actually for me. Nothing planned yet, no. Need to see what they do for the rivals, okay. So you're basically holding back on, say, investing or committing more of an investment into Sorare Pro because you'd like to see how the Rivals format can evolve. Because Rivals technically could be very rewarding, and it could be the perfect place if you're already playing free-to-play on Pro. If they can get the free-to-play side up to the standard that it needs to be on Rivals, then it's almost just like a natural replacement, isn't it? Where you don't really then miss the amateurs when they go, because the free-to-play on Rivals is then going to be so good, maybe even better than what it was in amateurs. So I'm really keen to see what else they're going to do. The one thing I will say about Rivals, and right, there's a lot of things I could say about Rivals, okay? But the one thing that we're all waiting for is for them to improve how you can see all the games, right? And I am just going to say it again. Why is it taking so long? You know, like, why is it taking so long to sort this out where you can filter or sort by the earliest kickoff to the latest kickoff? We know that they're working on improvements and they are coming, but it just seems like there should be things coming every week with Rivals. There should be improvements coming every week. And I think there are. I just don't understand why some things are taking so long. When I think from a programmer point of view, it's relatively simple to do. So is it a case that there's some kind of red tape in the company? There's a lot of sign-off that they have to go through. I don't know. I don't know what their Q&A process is, but maybe it's getting stuck a little bit in the Q&A before it can be released. But there needs to be some features that are improved and added into the game like ASAP, you know? Because the only thing that I'm worrying about right now is that I'm just worried that managers who are playing Rivals are going to be getting turned off or switched off from this game mode and just disenfranchised, disillusioned with it because they know that there's something here, but they are waiting for it to be better. They're waiting for it to be improved. And they're going to start to get frustrated when they feel like those improvements are not coming quick enough. So I'm just worried for Sorare as to whether they realize that, because they know that they need to get the improvements to it, but they need to start getting a move on, I think. Get them into the game. Football Betting says All-Star Champ America 240 and 270. Wow. So you're going pretty hard this midweek from the sounds of it. Priority in 240. Few Asian players are hoping to avoid DMPs in the early season games. Yeah, because the Asian players have the kind of the Asian Champions League, right? Whatever it is. I think it's the Asian Champions League games, no? Mal, thank you so much for the sub as well. Thank you for the resub, man. Really appreciate it. And the 2 months of support. He says the new Rivals boxes are shit. They are. Yeah, they are. Yeah, we talked about that a lot yesterday, and you probably saw my tweet as well about it. I've also reached out to Sorare directly, and I've kind of said to them, look, this is an issue. This is an issue that needs to be like fixed pronto. There's no issue here with the mystery jerseys and the cards, right? This is fine. They can kind of have these percentages as low as they want, because it's people just like to have the chance to win a card, right? So having any type of a chance to win a card's fine. Of course, we'd like the percentages to be higher, but they can technically set these to whatever they want. This isn't good though. And I think the more people, I think more and more people are starting to realize that this feels like a little bit of a scam. It's not a scam, but when you're playing it and you realize what you can get out of it, you then start to realize that technically you've only got a 5% chance to win more arena tickets than what you spent, right? Because in order for you to get the reward box, you need to spend 3 arena tickets minimum. That's if you get 3 in a row. And then you have like a 90% chance to win 3 or less back. So it doesn't really seem like it's worth doing if you're spending 3 to effectively win 3 or win 2 or win 1. You have a 50% chance to win 1. I mean, imagine that. You spend 3, you go through all that trouble to get the 3 wins in a row, and then you only win 1. And so my beef with this here is that since they've changed this is not good. This is not good at all. What they almost need to have is they need to have like a minimum that you can win in here is maybe 5. And then, so rather than it being 1, it's 5, for example. And then like you then have these really low chances to win, say 10 or 15 or whatever it is, right? But the minimum should be more than what you have spent to get the reward box, I think personally. Because at the moment, I mentioned it yesterday, I'm not even playing Rivals at the moment because I just don't see the point of it. Why would I spend 3 arena tickets to most likely win 3 back or potentially 2 or 1, right? When I don't need to play it at all and I can just kind of sit back and claim my 2 that I get every day. And I mentioned yesterday, I'm not even interested really in these cards here because if I want to win a card, I've got the teams that are more than capable of winning these cards in pro. Maybe not the stars too much, right? But the percentage to win a star is so low, I think we can take it out of the equation largely. But, like if I want to win tier 4 and tier 3s, I've got a 0.9% chance to win a tier 4. Most of the time on a basic level, you've got almost like a 10% chance to win some kind of a card, whether it be a tier 5 or whatnot. So, and then of course the mystery jerseys, you don't need to be, you certainly shouldn't be playing Rivals to try and win a mystery jersey that has a 0.01% chance for you to pull it, when there is another way for you to try and get your hands on the jerseys. So you don't need to waste your arena tickets for that. When at the moment, there's no real other use for the SO coins. So you can just be using your SO coins to go into the raffles each week to try and get your hands on the jerseys and the merchandise, right? And you would probably have the same level of chance, if not a better level of chance, by doing it that way. So they need to rework it so that if I go and I do the arena win streaks and whatnot, then I know that I'm guaranteed to kind of get more arena tickets than what I've spent. Because what is almost not factored in here is that if I try and do this and I say spend 5 arena tickets, right? So I spend 2, I lose the third one, it takes me back to 0, then I spend another 3, and then I've actually spent 5 to get the reward box, right? Fine. But then if you spent 5 and you only get 1 arena ticket, it's not a good deal. It's not a good deal, is it? Whereas if it's 5, then I'm like, okay, it took me a long time to get this reward box. I wasted 5, but luckily I've got 5 back. So hopefully the next time I can get a reward box, I can just do it in 3. That gives me additional 2 arena tickets that I've kind of banked. So that then, maybe you can just start to accrue the arena tickets. The problem at the moment is they're just not giving out enough, even in the reward boxes now. And so what you're going to find is that managers are just going to be struggling to have enough arena tickets to play the games they want to, unless they start to stockpile them, where they just say, I'm not playing, I'm just going to stockpile my tickets, and I'm close to 50. So, yeah. This crap ain't going to onboard anyone. They really need to keep amateur, at least semi-pro, as people still invest in them. Yeah. Hard. FTS post was shocking. Hadn't seen the new odds. Yeah. I was trying to explain. There was somebody who's following me that didn't understand my point about the post, right? Of course, I feel like I'm always misunderstood because a lot of people don't actually come on the streams, or not as many people come on the streams as what I would like. And the guy that didn't really get what I was saying, he was basically arguing to me saying that this system is absolutely fine. And I actually thought he was joking initially. I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He was being serious, and he couldn't see the issue that from a gameplay and an engagement point of view, what Sorare should be trying to do is encourage managers to play rivals. So if you play rivals, you're going to potentially get, it doesn't have to be a lot, but you're going to come away with something that makes you want to continue to play it, right? So that then you're just playing it non-stop, non-stop, and non-stop. Okay, and there's an incentive, there's a motivation for you to keep playing it, to keep doing better. This isn't it. This isn't it when you have a 50% chance to win one ticket and you've already spent 3 or 4 or 5 to get the one arena ticket, right? This is not going to incentivize people to keep playing. And if anything, they're just going to think there's no point in spending these arena tickets to potentially win less than what I've spent, when I don't need to spend them at all, and I can just, claim my 2 a day until the arena gets better. So this was kind of the point I was saying, is that you can potentially spend 3 and win 3, and of course then you still get 2 a day. But then what's the point in playing 3 if you only get 3 back or 2 back or 1 back? It needs to be much more. And he didn't seem to be able to understand it. So, yeah. Free Tip Scout, the new thresholds are live. Are they really? Oh, that's so disappointing. That's disappointing because the way that they had talked about it in the blog, it gave me the impression that we would be able to start building for the weekend's game week with one in the current format, right? Rather than the new thresholds coming in for the weekend. Because they actually said on the 16th, which is this Friday, they didn't technically say that they were coming in on the 13th. So, yeah, bit of a miscomm there. Let's go and have a little look, though. If we can, if the game will allow us to, let's go into Cap 240. Oh, my God. I scroll down to rare and it scrolls me back up. Okay, Cap 240. Are they live? Probably because we're getting that error message, right? Reading targeted reward. So I am guessing that they are trying, I don't know what that is really. Submit the team and pick the target. Really? Let's try it out then. Edit. So we submit the team first of all, right? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. There we go. And then select the target. Okay, interesting. It's a bit of a shame. I mean, look, you guys know my opinion of it anyway, that I think that they should have given people much more of a heads up than just the 7 or 8 days or whatnot. And then I also thought that because we were going to be lineup building today, and that the change didn't technically, well, the way they communicated it, they said the change would come into effect on February the 16th. It made me think that we'd have one more game week to try and hit the the rare threshold. So a little bit of a shame. Did they remove it? Yeah, they said it here. Look, I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Because this Beat the Game competition will run from February the 16th. So when this game week 451 is actually starting, that's when the new threshold is going to be kicking in. I just almost interpreted that as we'd get this game week 451, and then from game week 452, which is then the game week which is running or starting from February the 16th, that we would then the new threshold targets would kick in then. But hey ho, it's only one game week, so we have to try and do it. Let's have a little look what we can do. So Jakub Slovic has an L1561, which is pretty horrible for Cap 240. And also he's not got a good fixture. So what we would do is we would put Hervey Kofi in here. Who's our forward up front? Oh, Biaki with 52 at home against Tyrol, but he DNP'd, which makes me think that he's injured. Would need to check that. Anti-Airsig is away to Slaven. Who's our midfielders as well? Okay, so Zapa DNP'd in the last game, which was not great. Jamiro Montero done fantastic in the last game. Wow, we could actually play Jamiro Montero here. Home game against Samsonspor. Could be quite good. Oh, is he sick, is he, Biaki? Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you, Malv. Thank you. So, yeah, in that case, then we could play Biaki, right? We could probably play Montero here. I don't think we want to play Kadri against USG. Linda Zalahi's good and Grigic is good, but they're too expensive and they're L15. No, apparently you have to choose the points after you pick the lineup. So you choose the lineup and then you choose the points. I'm going to show you now on the screen. So we have Jamiro Montero. Then defensively, Morales is quite a good option in general. Got Gartenman. Got Cosio as well. We have Pappy. Pappy done really bad in the last game, though. Hopefully he does better here. So we could play Pappy for 50. Then that gives us 97, which means that we could play Biaki here for 52. It might be a little bit wasted to play Biaki, though, if I'm honest with you, in here. But let's do it for now. And then we have 45, which gives us a little bit of a problem, because then we would have, say, Gartenman, which is okay. So we could do something like that with, say, Biaki as the captain. Confirm. And then, look, it tells us, we need to pick our target. So we're not going to be picking in rare anything more than 270. But I think in limited, we might actually pick higher. Because I'm not interested in winning $2, to be honest with you, in limited. They're so insignificant. I might as well risk it for more. Whereas, $15 and $80, sure, big difference. But I don't think realistically we're going to be hitting 340 a lot of the time. And so I think, like probably most managers, especially if they have already built their galleries for 280 for the old format, most managers are probably going to be just aiming lower so that they can almost guarantee that they get something out of this rather than risking it for the 80 and coming away with nothing. Yeah, you should be able to change the points afterwards, yeah. So if we confirm it again, it then asks you to confirm your target again. So we could change it if we wanted to, yeah. It hasn't even asked you to pick and you've been able to submit the team. What does that mean then? You know what I mean? Like, what does that mean for your team? Does that mean that they're automatically trying to hit 270? I wouldn't trust that at all. I wouldn't like that. Because you could end up getting screwed. Because then you don't know what target you're trying to hit, right? Because the game hasn't told you. So as far as you know, the game could have just assumed that you're going to try and hit the highest target because there was no target for you to choose. And then you could actually end up losing or not winning anything. All-Star Rare. In fact, let's do the limited as well now. So limited 240. Limited 240. There we go. We usually do this kind of after we've done the rares, but I want to just quickly check it out. We're going to need Zubsuk for our rare team. Cap 220. We're going to need, yeah, it has to be Tascaran in here. We could do the stack again, or we do a Hadashanai here. We do, where's he gone? Karaka. Oh my God, where's Karaka gone? There we go. And then we could do, could do Nicholas Ibanez in here. And then we have Balkovic who we could play. Like that. Let's just do that for now. And then let's just assume that we're going to have the captaincy on Hadashanai, for example. Then confirm. Then again, it gives us our target here. So either try and target 270 points to win $2 or try and target 340 to hit the $8. And we probably won't play this team, if I'm honest with you. We'll put the stack in for now and we'll work out where our other teams are and how strong they need to be. But I think just going forward every week in limited, I will probably be trying to hit the 340. Because for me, the way I look at it is that I'd much rather try and hit $8 and fail to win $8 and then just win nothing, rather than just try and win $2, which, to be honest with you, is so insignificant. I don't really care. I don't care if I win the $2 and I don't care if I don't win the $2, you know? I'd much prefer to just try and punch a bit higher in limited. And I think that we probably got some players that can help us with the scoring to hit 340. Because kind of hitting 340 in limited is not too bad. And you should be able to do it in Cap 240 if you can put the right team together. This isn't the right team to hit 340, but I have a few heavy hitters that I think can get us to 340. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to go back to our rare teams now, I think. And we're going to do All-Star Rare next then. So this one I don't think changes too much because we have Slovic and Ahmed Agus, who I think we want to play together. Then we have Smolcic and Zalahi. And then up front, we don't really want to play Victor Edvardsen, who has an L15 of 41. He needs to remain for Cap 220. Probably the same with Lauren as well. But we could play Anti-Essig in here, who has a away game to Slaven, who are not that great. We could also play Carlos Garces as well. So we have a couple of options there. I don't think we play Santelli because he looks like he's gone back to the bench now. The Garces could be an interesting one. We'll put anti-S again for now. Like that. I'm just going to play 4-man 240 team to save a keeper. Allows for higher cap players to put in. Yeah, it does, to be fair. It also makes it a little bit more difficult, though, to hit it, but you're right. Like if you can save on the goalkeeper by not playing one and then just try and go for some heavy hitting 4 players, and that's a strategy that could work better. You'll have to let us know how you get on. Cap 220 rare we're going to do. This is our 3rd priority team. So Zubsuk stays in there. Up front, we could do Lauren and Edvardsen, which I think we might do. So let's do that, and then let's put Lauren in as well. There we go. And then as a midfielder, we've then got the options of Anto Grigic, who's up against Servet away, which is quite difficult. We've also got Abdul Kahar Kadri and Mihail Zapar. Let's do Grigic for now, because I think we can afford to do it, or can we not? It's only going to give us 37. No, we can't. So we can't do Grigic there. If we put Kadri in, that gives us 47 for the defender. It's going to be a little bit too low. Like, we can do Philip Heise here, but I think I would like to try and play someone like Alexis Cosio or Morales, for example. Probably not Morales away from home. So probably Cosio here. If we took Kadri out, we'd then have Zapar. Kadri's injured though, no? So maybe we do need to put Zapar in there, and then it gives us 49, and then we could do Cosio there like that. I won my first reward, and it was a tier 3 Italian card. Well played. Champ replays there. Well played, man. Where did you win your first card, your first reward? In what competition? Okay, and then we have a team for All-Star Rare Plus, which is probably going to be very, very punty. Something like that. The Serie A Amateur. What is the target? What's the target for what, Raul? The target what? For our Cap 240 Rare or our Cap 240 Limited? Cap 240 Rare is going to be different. So our Cap 240 Rare, we're going to be just trying to punch at the 270 limit. Cap 240 Limited, we're going to be trying to hit the 340. So every week, I think we're just going to be putting it on 340 on Limited. I don't care about winning $2, right? I was saying it earlier. $2 is really worthless to me at the moment in Sorare. No, it's not worth my time. Winning $8, I'd much prefer to just try and risk it for the $8. And if we don't do it, right? All we then lose is $2. Who cares, right? Who cares about $2? I don't, personally. So we're gonna try and hit the $8 in Limited, and then we're just gonna try and hit basically double that in the rare. Good afternoon to Pangelino as well. How you doing, man? We probably have a very kind of bad team to put out for this one now. Yeah, so Molon, Santelli, and then Kadri, if Kadri's going to be fit enough to play. Why do we need to select target in 240? Where have you been, Pangelino? It was in the new update that they've changed the threshold. So the big roadmap update that they done, that everyone's been talking about, They mentioned in the update that they would change the threshold this week. So they changed it like within like 9 days or 8 days or something. So now you have to pick a target. And if you say pick your target of 340 and your team does not hit 340, you win nothing. Yeah. Yeah, you have the same, do you? I think you might as well go big, mightn't you, in limited? I mean, what's the point in trying to play it safe in limited to just try and win $2 when you can win 4 times more, you know? And I think in limited, you've got a better chance of doing it because you can most of the time afford to have better players in limited because it's a cheaper scarcity. I'm just not going to win $2. I don't want to win $2, right? I'd much prefer to just try and win $8. And if we don't do it, great. No, we could have won $2. Who cares, right? No, I don't think rare 340 is worth the punt. The reason why I don't think it's worth the punt is because I know my team very well. My team, most in rare, my team is most of the time only really capable of delivering around 300. Sometimes more. So, like last weekend, we didn't hit the rare threshold, but then the weekend before, we hit like 340, 350, I think it was actually. And we've hit some good scores of 320 as well. There's been very few times where the players that I've got have hit 340, like very few times. So in rare, I know my players very well. They can't really do it. They could do it, but I think that if we try to hit the 340, then we could say play 340 10 times, right? And I think we might be able to hit it once or twice, right? Or we could just play for the 270, and I'm pretty sure we could hit the 270 every week. So yeah. Yes, he didn't play. We were told that he has an illness, so he should be back again this week, Raul. Yeah. I think it was Malv who told us in the chat that he was sick, but he should be back this week now. So I think our rare teams are pretty much done for the moment as part of a first draft because you guys know that we are going to go through lots of different stages with our team. So this team is very unlikely to be the final team that we will put out for the weekend, right? This is just initial thinking. And it's the same for all of the teams, not just the rare teams, but most of the teams that we're going to be lineup building for today, like the Cap 241. This will probably change a little bit, right? There will probably be a few players that will be removed, a few ones will stay, but we'll be going through a process eventually over the course of the week where we'll try to figure out if there's a better solution than this one. And it requires a process where you go through, you keep coming back to your lineups, right? So for now, this is okay. Under 23, right? Under 23. Okay, so we need to try and win a reward in this one. This is a community team for everyone. Our goalkeeper is Mashkick here. And then we have Smolcic and Kosunu. Okay, these are the 2 players that we have from our community under 23 team. So if there's any objections to the players that I'm going to pick here, then please let me know. But I'm thinking for the under 23 team, we can do Smolcic there. Yankovic played, but then Yankovic came off injured, no? And Frick is injured, so we're potentially in a bit of bother here. For the moment, we'd have to pick Yankovic because we've only got either Yankovic or Frick as part of our community under 23 team. So for now, we have to pick Yankovic, but then we probably won't pick Frick because he is injured for the time being. So then what we would do is pick Corridor and then Christoph Lang. Probably that's what I'm thinking. We could pick as the extra Cosnu as well, but that's what I'm kind of thinking. You get your rewards at 7 p.m. UK time. So whatever that is in your time, yeah, 7 p.m. UK time. And the rewards time always stays the same. A lot of managers don't remember, especially if you're new to Sorare. Sorare, and I'm not kidding, Sorare for about 4 years, Sorare did not have a fixed time when you could expect the rewards. They didn't have a fixed time, right? Most of the time you could expect to get the rewards in the evening, but there was no set time when you could expect them. And it was always different. So it was a real pain. And it was something that I was really campaigning for Sorare to change, because it just was not a good experience when you never knew when you were getting your rewards. And sometimes it would be at 6 in the evening. Other times it would be at 9, 10 in the evening. And because they didn't have like a set time that they were committing to, it then opened up the door for them where, you know what it's like, if you don't have a set deadline, then you're not pressurized to meet that deadline. There's no deadline. So then it can be any time, right? Because you're not putting yourself under pressure to deliver by a certain time. And that's kind of what they were doing. So it was very lax, right? And anyways, we got them to commit to a time. And so now it's always 7 p.m. UK time. Any objections to this team at all, guys? This is the Community Under 23 team. Okay, no objections then. We're going to put the captaincy on Smolcic for now. We can come back and change that a little bit later. Okay, this is kind of fine. Pooky just tweeted, you are giving away an epic ball tomorrow. I didn't think we were giving away an epic, but maybe we are now. Let's have a little look. They told me that they were going to tweet something, and I'm going to, oh, here we go. Lovely. Yeah. Okay, so it's a rare one. Yeah, a rare one. Not an epic, a rare. I was going to say, we didn't say an epic, but we did agree on a rare. And the rare itself is worth over $100. So, yeah. I was going to send my own little tweet about this later on, and I still will. But this is why we're going to have kind of a special stream tomorrow, is we're going to be not only doing a giveaway, but because I'm getting a lot of questions about Pooky. You know, like a lot of people drop me messages, right? And they say, how do you play Pooky? And like, what's your strategy? And it's all the things that we cover, right? Every day. But I just figured that I'm going to now tell everyone, so that the guys that do want to know and the guys that want to dig deep into Pooky and also just ask Pooky questions as well, because we're going to have Pooky on the channel tomorrow. So you'll be able to, they'll be active in the chat. So it's a great opportunity for you to also ask Pooky the questions that you might have about the game, what ideas you might got for the game. It's a great opportunity for you to speak to them directly. We're going to be doing pretty much a dedicated Pooky stream tomorrow. And then we're also going to be giving away, yeah, this beauty, this absolute beauty of a Pooky ball there. And it's a Burnley one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there we go. So it's a Premier League rare ball, right? That's the thing you've got to remember. It's a Premier League rare one. I don't even have a rare Premier League ball. You guys know I really want a rare Premier League ball. So the fact that we can give this away tomorrow, and a big shout out to Pooky, because they're the ones that are actually giving this away. It's not come out of my pocket. I just spoke to Pooky and said, look, you know, let's do something together. And they actually suggested, why don't we give out a ball to your community? So mad respect. And thank you so much for Pooky for supporting the channel in that way. Yeah, we'll be able to do this tomorrow, which will be amazing. So if you've been looking for a rare ball, or if you don't have one, or if you wanted to get one, this is going to be a great opportunity to win one. What's the criteria? I don't know at the moment. I need to figure it out tonight, how you're going to win it. So we're going to do something live on the stream where then one of you guys will be able to win it. So I need to figure it out tonight, but for sure we're going to give this rare Pookie ball away tomorrow. Yeah, it's quite nice as well. Thank you for letting me know, Anatha Bam, that they retweeted, or they tweeted me. Be a sub on the channel for sure. I think, yeah, I think we need to do it for subs, don't we? Yeah, I think so. Because then at least it's easier for us to then do, right? With the random.org. And of course, it then means that there's an incentive to support the channel in that kind of way. So yeah, let me just, do I retweet this now? I'll come back to that later. But yeah, amazing. Amazing. What are we doing here? Sorry. It's also fair for those who are always in it. It is. It really is, actually. Twitch Gaming has a point. I know it probably sounded like he was joking, but like legit. I mean, being a sub to the channel is quite important because it allows me to do this and it allows me to do giveaways and stuff and run competitions. And yeah, it also allows me to reward you guys that are constantly in here and supporting the channel and stuff as well. We do some giveaways for non-subs, and I give a lot of stuff away to guys that aren't subs. For example, the 75,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons where I show you the money, as in I buy you a card. You don't need to be a sub for that, and I'll buy you a card. But I also do giveaways on Twitter as well. So yeah, I think we do it for subs. I just don't know. We might just do it as a sub-only one, and then we just do the random.org, and then we just pull someone at random from the subs list. I think that's what we're probably going to do. I know. Yeah, I know you were serious. Yeah. Yeah. And that's also something that I have seen myself, actually, Twitch Gaming. Yeah, is the giveaways are great, and you want to be able to give back to the community. For sure you do. But you also don't want to just become the place where people only turn up for the giveaway and then you never see them again. and then they turn up again when you're doing another giveaway. So there needs to be a bit more of a, yeah, try and stick around if you can, because if you do, and if you keep sticking around, especially with a sub, then we can keep doing bigger and better things for you guys, right? All right. So let's confirm this team as well. Yeah, I agree. I actually agree with you. I think, you know, spot on. Absolutely spot on. So what do we do now? I think we've done our cap to 40 technically. We've already got our team for the in-season Premier League, which is great. Even though it's not, because it's Luton against Man United, which is horrible. Hello to Calvert. Wow, that is a long time, yeah. Calvert's jumped in. Great to see you back in here, Calvert. Where have you been, man? What have you been up to, Calvert? Let us know, like, keep us up to date. And also, whilst we haven't seen you in so long, we probably have to ask you, what is your opinions and your thoughts and, like, your feelings about the new update? Is it something that you really like? Is it something that you don't like? Is it something that you don't agree with? Let us know, please, if you can, man. Good to see you, though. So thank you so much for jumping back in. I really appreciate it. Let's try and in the meantime, let's try and look at our Cap 220 team. Because last week we went with the stack of Luton in our in-season and also our Cap 220. Now, technically, we could do that again, but I don't think it's the smart thing to do. I'm at uni, but still been doing my lineups and stuff each week, of course, yeah. How have you been getting on with all your lineups as well, though? Are we brave enough, do you think, or stupid enough? You can decide which, right? Are we brave or stupid enough to try the Luton Town stack in Cap 220 again? I feel like we could do it, and we could be laughing if Luton Town cause an upset against Man United. Because it's Man United. Like, Man United could easily go to Kenilworth Road and they could just completely disappear. They have not been that convincing all season. They have been better, but we've also seen that Luton Town up their game against the big boys of the league. And given that they got hammered against Sheffield United, I would personally expect them to produce arguably one of their best ever performances now against Man United. I'm a little bit tempted to do it. I mean, we can easily do it because we're 23 under the cap. I'm really tempted to do it. If you don't know as well, we're going to be doing a watch along for this game. So this game happens on Sunday. So we're going to do a watch along. It could make the watch along more interesting, couldn't it? If we had two Luton Town stacks, right? One for the in-season Premier League Limited and then one for the Cap 220. Let's do it for now. There's probably a big argument that we should not be running a stack here, because I'm sure if we looked at it, look, we've got Neuer against Bochum. So we've got a couple of other goalkeepers here that might probably be better to look at. And I think we've also got loads of other outfielders that most likely have way better fixtures than the one that we are targeting. But I feel like, with our Luton Town collection, we need to be trying to squeeze out as many opportunities to win from it as we can before they become classic cards, right? Yeah, let's do it. I think we're going to do it. Guys, actually. Win-win for you. Either your team win or you get Sorare rewards. Yeah, it is a win-win, Scuzz TV. Yeah, it is. I always used to say to my mate, he never used to understand it. I always used to say to him, because like when I used to do a little bit of betting back in the day, whenever it was Man United playing or his team was Everton, right? So whenever we were, our respective teams were playing, I always used to say to him, if it was Everton playing, I used to say, you should put a bet on that Everton are going to lose. And he was always like, why would I do that? Like, that's my team. I couldn't do that, right? I was like, I get it. Like, you want to back your team. But if you back your team to lose, right, and they end up winning, it is a win-win. I mean, if it's a draw, then you're not really winning at all, right? But you could then also back them to either to basically avoid defeat in a win or draw double chance or something. Or not a win or draw double chance, a double chance, but where you back the opponent team to win or draw. That's what I'm saying. So that then if it is a draw, you've still won some money, right? And if they obviously end up like losing to Everton or losing to your team, then of course you're going to be happy because your team wins, right? So as a general rule of thumb, I always like to back against the team that I support, which is probably why we've gone for picking, in my head, we've gone for picking Luton here against Man United. Because as Scuzz TV says, Luton win, we're going to be laughing. We're going to be absolutely laughing. Because we then, in theory, should do very well in Sorare. If Luton get hammered, I'm also going to be happy because Man United are the team that I support, so can't really lose here. I just want to show you my lineups from the weekend with that game week glasses. Okay. Well, yeah, so Calvert has done it then. So Calvert has activated the put your game week glasses on, which we are going to do. Let me also open up the giveaway time as well, just in case anybody thinks we should be doing a giveaway today. I might as well open up a few more of them as well, right? We'll open up all of them. apart from the show me the money, which we'll be able to do again from tomorrow, because that one's on a cooldown, guys, if you don't know. When somebody redeems it, it then has a week to cool down, and then we can do it again. What was your favorite market on betting, or did you just look for good value? I looked for good value everywhere, but my favorite markets, and they remain my favorite markets today, were both teams to score and over 2.5. So separately, every now and then I used to combine them. So I used to do a bet on both teams to score and over 2.5 as one bet. But very often I would do like, some kind of like an ACCA or a treble or fourfold, where I would pick like 4 teams that I thought had both teams to score in the match or over 2.5. So it'd either be 4 both teams to score or like 4 or 5 over 2.5. Because they're really easy markets to win. Like, and I think you guys can see it on POOKY as well. You almost just need to target the teams that you think can score lots of goals or have lots of goals in them. There's so many ways that you can look at whether it's going to be realistically over 2.5. And then if it isn't, it's usually because one team has had a bit of a shocker. But I always found that those 2 markets are very good. If you do your research, then you can see that like these teams have goals in them. So there should be over 2.5 in that game. Callum G is the name. I've not really bothered to start rivals. Does it really make sense to go into? My guess would be that the prices are as bad as common rewards. The prices. So you mean Sorare rivals, right? How long have you been playing? So this is Morpheus. How long have you been playing Sorare? So game week 449. Oh my God. You know what? When Calfer in the chat said he wanted us to have a look at his lineups from the last weekend, I had a sneaky suspicion that he was going to be able to flex an amazing score. Now, I didn't know for sure, but you can see that Calfer in the chat, who's redeemed the put your gamer glasses on so we could take a look at his lineup. He has just hit a monster, and I mean a monster game week. He not only hit the tier 4 in All-Star, right? Great, amazing. Tier 4 limited, lovely. We take those. Look at what he's done in Champion Europe limited. He's hit 477.4 points. He's getting a star card because he's getting a podium. He finished second, and he's also winning 203 pounds. Not bad for somebody that is at uni. If I had won something like that when I was at uni, believe me, you wouldn't see or hear from me for like a week. I'd be going mad. I'd probably spend the 200 really quickly. Incredible. Incredible. So the 6-0 win for Arsenal really paid off for Calvert. He had the Arsenal stack. He captained the right player. Look at that. Martin Odegaard, perfect score of 100, the perfect player to captain. He could have actually been better as well because he had Martinelli. Martinelli didn't really do anything here, did he? Whereas Gabriel, where's he gone? Saka. What happened to Saka here? I mean, I guess you could have put Saka in, but you would have had to have taken one of the defenders out. Very interesting. Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, yeah, you could have put Saka in, but you would have had to take one of the defenders out, which technically wouldn't have really worked because they've done very well. Very good, man. Very, very good indeed. Guys, why is everyone silent in the chat with this? This is incredible. I thought we'd be seeing loads of people saying amazing, like, well done. This is insane. This is insane. I can't believe the chat's not popping off about this here. We've got someone, part of our community, that has just hit a podium, a second place finish in Champion Europe Limited with nearly 500 points. They get a star reward and £203. It's insane. Do say a big thank you, or not thank you, but a big well done to Calfoot, because that is not easy to do at all. I like the Saka card you've got here, though. It's very cool. The Sorare's one. Very cool. It's huge. You have to let us know, please, Calfoot, what you get. What card are you hoping to win later on tonight? What's the one that you would love to win from this team here? It's also, unless I'm mistaken here, I think this is Calfoot's first ever podium, right? This is your first podium, isn't it, Calfoot? Let us know if it isn't. The real question is, would he have gotten a better award if he put them in the Prem competition? That's a good question. Yeah, that is a good question. Have you checked there? Let's have a little look. I'd like to know myself now that you've said that. Let's go into the rewards pool here. Let's go back to game week 449. And then let's check out the in-season Premier League. Here we go, the Premier League in-season. Look, Nep ended up winning it. Okay, so Nep won it. I'm guessing with his Arsenal collection, right? Because he got 539. Oh my God. And look, we had Matt in here as well. Matt was in here earlier at the start of the stream. He came second. He got 538.4. This has got to be Arsenal too, isn't it? Yeah, Arsenal with Haaland. So this is probably the one thing that let Calfoot down, is that he had the exact same team apart from Saka wasn't in there. He had Gabriel, and then he didn't have a forward that could score that high. He had Martinelli, who just basically didn't do anything in the game, whereas Haaland, of course, is always going to score really, really big. What was the team for Nep then? Wow. So Nep done everyone, and then he had Trossard. Wow. That's incredible. Really good. Yeah, Matt was first until Trossard got upscored. Yeah, wow. I mean, there's really not much in it, is there? That's incredible, though. That's almost you needed to play, wasn't it? Trossard would have gotten you a little bit higher up. But look at that. Incredible. Nice job. Arsenal dominated every podium. So Nep is going to be winning 1,500. Wow. That's incredible. Then 750 for second place. Wow. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Oh, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, you couldn't have done it because they are the older season cards, right? Yeah, it's true. If he had the in-season cards, then he could have played in there with that team, and then, yeah, it probably wouldn't have actually done that. It wouldn't have done better, would it, technically? I mean, you could say that they would have a bigger bonus though, right? So you would then get the season bonus, right, on top of it. But because they're like the 2022-23 rather than the 23-24, that's a fantastic effort when he's not getting the season bonus from a lot of these guys here. But yeah, good point from you guys. Yeah, for sure. All right. Let's keep lineup building. I think that's what you just wanted us to do, wasn't it? Calfoot, you just wanted us to check out your team. So huge congratulations to you, man. And please let us know later on what you get, what you win. I hope you get somebody really good. But the £200 as well, fantastic. Really good. He was only 2.97 points away from the first place as well. So it really did come down to Martinelli, didn't it? Mm. Yeah, if you get Haaland, that would be pretty nice, wouldn't it? Estonian Weirdo also finished third in the Bundesliga Specialist. Few podiums this week from the FTS community. Wow. Estonian Weirdo. Is he here in the chat? Is Estonian Weirdo here? I don't think I've seen him. Is he here? Can't see him in the chat. If he's here, if Estonian Widow's here, then congratulations to you, man. Seriously. Third in the Bundesliga Specialist is really no mean feat at all. Very, very good to do. Yeah, it's really good to hear that everyone is everyone's been kind of like hitting some incredible scores, like really top scores as well. He did it with the Borussia Dortmund guys, did he? And then Neil's also spent some of his money from the Kuna Super Rare. Got the Portuguese Dynamite for my club from Kuna Super Rare. Who's that, Neil? Who's the Portuguese Dynamite? Yeah, I'm going to come back to your question now. So, because you asked a good question. Yeah. So, Sorare Rivals, the question we got asked from Morpheus. Thank you for reminding me, by the way. Yeah. Sometimes I can, get a little bit, not distracted, but we can kind of go down one way with a question and then it leads to another. And then before you know it, I've kind of not answered the original question. So thanks for letting me know, man. I do want to answer that question. So I'm very blunt and upfront and direct on a lot of things, right, regarding Sorare. And I think, unless I'm wrong, I remember your question was, is it worth it playing Rivals? Is that the question that you asked, right? If your question was, is it worth it to play Rivals? I would say that if you are new to Sorare, if you don't have any pro cards at all, and if you've never played Sorare before, then Rivals absolutely is worth playing. And it's really worth playing if you're free to play, because of course that's a good free to play mode, although it should be a lot better. If you don't own any pro cards and you are wanting to play just pure free to play, then you can play the Amateur and Pro. You can also play Rivals. Those are the two free to plays right now. I think if you're an existing manager and you've been a manager in Sorare for a while, I'll be absolutely honest with you, I don't see the point in playing Rivals at the moment, which is why I don't play Rivals at the moment, and which is why, unfortunately, I don't cover it as content either on the channel. It's not to say that it's bad. It's not to say that I don't like it, even though kind of I don't really. It's just because the way it is at the moment, it just doesn't really make sense at all. There's nothing really in it for us to be spending our time on it. And I wrote a post yesterday which basically exposed that it's actually not in a lot of managers' interest to even spend their arena tickets to play it. Now, of course, if you enjoy it and if you think this is a really fun game mode, then of course, play it, right? Play it. If you're enjoying it, play it. And you won't care about what you can get out of it or how much it costs in arena tickets to play the arena, right? But for some managers, myself included, I don't see the point in playing this game as a friendly, right? It's quite a cool game. Red Bull Leipzig versus Real Madrid. It's a cool game, like it could be quite fun to put a lineup for that. For what? Do you know what I mean? Like, in the friendly, we put a lineup out for it. We end up winning. Let's say we end up winning. Yay, great. We won. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. This rival system should feel like when you beat your rivals, it results in something, or it feels like it's a big tangible benefit for you in the game. It doesn't feel like that exciting when you beat people, in my opinion, in the friendlies, right? So then what you could do is you could go into the arena and you spend an arena ticket to think, okay, maybe the friendlies is going to be a bit pointless, but then I'll spend an arena ticket to try and complete a streak, because this is the only way at the moment in Rivals to win anything, right? You have these reward boxes. So you think, I'm going to go into the arena for the Red Bull Leipzig versus Real Madrid game. I'm going to try and get my 3 consecutive arena matches, and then that gives me a reward box. But what I kind of exposed yesterday is that if you think about it, it costs 3 arena tickets minimum to unlock the reward, right? So 3 tickets you spend, and you have a 50% chance to win 1 ticket. So you're likely going to win 1. So you spend 3 to win 1, most likely. Or if you're lucky enough and you win more than 1, you have a 75% chance to win 2. So you still spend 3, minimum of 3, to win 2. Or you have a 90% chance to win 3 arena tickets or less, right? So you spend 3 to win 3 or less, right? What's the point in that? What is the point in that? You know, like, you're not any better off. Like, this should be here, and as I was saying, this should be quite attractive, as in the number of arena tickets you can win. Because then if you think, okay, if I spend 3, or maybe I don't spend 3 because I didn't quite do it the first time, I lost a game, so then I had to spend a bit more. So I've kind of spent 5. But there's a minimum of 5 to win in there. So, okay, I get the 5 that I got back. I wasn't quite able to kind of like get any additional on top of what I've already got. Of course, you're still earning these daily, and you get 2 that refill every 12 hours. But for me personally, as an experienced manager, and some might feel the same, some might feel differently, right? I'm not already bought into this at all. It's not that good from a UX point of view, and it's not very fun and engaging and addictive gameplay for me personally, right? So I'm already not really totally bowled over by this game mode, but then I'm willing to kind of play it if it feels like it's worth my time to maybe get something out of it. But spending 3 tickets to potentially win 1 ticket, most likely, or 2 or 3, it's a waste of my time. You know, and I don't need to play Rivals as an existing manager to win these cards here, because we can win them. We have better chances to win, you know, the most of these cards elsewhere. It's quite nice to have a chance to win a star, of course. We don't need to spend our arena tickets to win the jerseys, because we can use our SO coins, which are not being used for anything else, and they don't have any value in anywhere else in the game other than for the merchandise. So I think, to answer your question, if you're new to Sorare, you should definitely be playing Rivals, because it's a great way to introduce you to the main game. It's a great way for you to play casually, play free to play. I think if you're an existing manager, I honestly think it's just better just to hold off playing it. Just save your 2 tickets that you get every day. Just stockpile them. You know, just keep stockpiling them. So every day you're earning 2. And then eventually, it's what Sorare is going to do. And I can tell you this right now, what Sorare is going to do is they're going to start to add this here. They might even start to add ranked rewards, which I think they need to do for the arena. And so then it will be then very worthwhile playing Rivals if you see that if you go up in the ranks, right, there's better reward boxes to win, or there's better prizes to win, then it'll be worth spending them. But I personally am not going to be spending 3 arena tickets to most likely win 1 or 3. You know, why would I spend 3 to win 1? So I'm like -2. You know what I mean? Like, why would I do that? I spend 3 to win 5, you know, because then if I get the 5, then great, I'm up by 2. It gives me more arena tickets to play more games in Rivals. But why on earth would you play this here in the current way that it is to most likely win 1? You spend 3 to win 1. I don't get it. I don't get it, really. I think if they change this, and I think this is a really quick fix that they could do, where they just need to adjust this here. So maybe the minimum at 50% needs to be 5, for example, right? And then you have like a 25% chance to win, say, 7. And then you maybe have like a 15% chance to win like 10 or something. And then you have a 5% chance to win 12 or 15, however much they deem it to be. But, it's like the minimum shouldn't be 1 if you're spending 3. Why would you do that? Because I think everyone wants to play Rivals more. So this should be incentivizing that if you want to play it more, the minimum you can win in here is 5. So play as many as you can. Try and complete this as many times as you can so that you can win more arena tickets. But if it's win 3 consecutively to win 1, what I'm going to say is, no, I'm all right. I'm fine. I'd much rather not play it and then just win 2 every day by not even playing it. Because then I'm just going to be, earning 2 every day. As in, I'm going to have a net positive of 2 every day. Whereas somebody that spent time to put the lineups together has won 3 is probably going to be -2. Why? What? I don't know. They're not thinking about it. They're not thinking about it. So they need to change it. Yeah, you had the same thought, did you? Yeah. Yeah. So it's a good question. Definitely a good question. And if you're already just enjoying Rivals and you don't care about spending, arena tickets and not really getting much back for it, then of course play it. But if you're thinking about this game mode logically, it's not really the time to be wasting your arena tickets when there are quite glaringly obvious flaws in the reward system, and there are things missing in the reward system. So essentially, the game will get better. Rather than waste your tickets in a game that's not ready, technically, just save them so that then when the game's ready and you have more things to get out of it, you've then got loads of arena tickets that you're sitting on where you can then go hard in it to then start winning the better stuff that's in there. So that's what I'm doing. Rivals isn't even the same concept as pro, though. So for new users, they won't have a clue how to transition, as amateur and semi-pro is easy to move over. Yeah, this is another thing that it's a good point, by the way. This is another thing that they need to try and do, is that in Rivals is a good way to teach them the very simple concepts about playing a Sorare game and like Sorare cards and how the scoring works and whatnot. They need to find a better way to try and bridge the gap between Rivals and Pro. So yeah, I think there's work there to be done, definitely. And I have seen that feedback as well, that some managers who have been playing Pro or playing Rivals, sorry, haven't necessarily found that it's been an easy transition to go from Rivals to Pro. This is another thing, I think, if we're being honest, if they had spent more time Sorare just to refine, like literally just to refine like the Rivals experience, to just improve it and just polish it up a bit more, cover the areas that need to be covered, because there are areas that are just simply being ignored, or like even this here, for example. I mean, what's this about? We've got the lineup screen. It looks awful. Got all this empty space here. It's like dead space. It's not even being used to explain anything. You can have the lineups horizontally so that then, like the way we see them on Pro, is then reflected on Rivals, right? So like this here, where it's then, you can see it like that. At the moment, it's weird. It's all squished up. Just strange. A lot of strange decisions, but yeah. Are people going for 270 or 340 next game week? I'm going for 270 in rare and 340 in limited. Yeah. And I'll be going for 340 in limited every game week, no matter who my players have got. So Cap 220, I think we said we were going to go with Luton. Cap 240 we've kind of done. We we can't really do Challenger as a proper team. We can put a throwaway team together. So our next priority team probably has to be All-Star Limited. And then after that, it has to be Cap 270. I was away from Sorare for a few months. When I came back, the Rivals experience was clunky and confusing, even though the platform. What's the target? Everyone's getting this. Everyone's asking this question, aren't they? Let me just show everybody right now. You might have missed it in the update. If you've missed it, I'm going to show you right now. In Cap 240, you have to pick a target. You have to, rather than having to hit 280 points, you now have to say to the game, I think my team can hit 270 or 340, or I think it's 390, is it? 390, right? You have to pick a target. If you pick 340 and your team does not hit 340, you don't win anything. Even if your team exceeded 280 points, right? You don't win anything. So it's rewarding you more if you take a risk, right? And I'm going to show you, when you click into the Cap 240, and I say, this team is the team I want to do for Cap 240, confirm it, and look, it comes up and it says, select your target. So now we have to pick, okay? This is the change. This is the change that they've made, that they communicated in the update, the very big update last week, which I think you'll be able to find the details if you want to give it a read. If you missed it the first time round, you can find it. I'll give the link here. I'm sure, I know most of you have read it and you're aware of it, but I also know that there's some guys that have maybe not been as active on Sorare recently, right? So I'm going to drop the link in the chat for you there, right? So that now you can access it and you can see all the details about the Cap 240 changes, which are in effect from today. So you have to pick a target. So what I'm saying here is that this team that I picked, right? This team is going to hit 270 points. If it doesn't hit it, it wins nothing. If it hits 270, it wins $15. If it hits 340, but I picked the target of 270, it does not win $80 at all, right? Because we picked the target of 270. So if our team actually overperforms what we picked, then we're going to be almost cursing ourselves that we didn't pick a higher target. So the target that you pick, you need to be sure that your team can hit it, right? And you need to be sure that that's the max that they can hit. I think that's the important thing. If you pick a target of 270, but you actually think your team can realistically hit 340, then you maybe need to look at 340. But we think this team can hit 270, so we're going to do confirm, and there we go. And you get asked the same question when you do Cap 240 limited as well. So it doesn't matter the scarcity, it's always Cap 240 now. Look, we say this is the team that we want to do, press confirm, select the target, right? So we can either pick 270 for $2 or 340 for $8 or 390 for a whopping $25. But we're going to do 340 for the $8 in limited because the $2 really doesn't matter to me. I'm not fussed about winning $2. I'm not going to win $2. I don't care about winning that. I'd much prefer to aim bigger for limited to try and win something that's worthwhile winning. Winning $2 just does not seem worth the time at all. Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. Wistomania, yeah. If you think your team should hit 390, you probably shouldn't be. You probably shouldn't be playing Cap 240. So it's a little bit of a trick as well. Technically, it's not universally true where if you think your team can hit 390, then you definitely should go into another competition, right? But most of the time, it's probably going to ring true. If you do think you have a team that can hit 400 points or so, then probably playing them in Cap 240 is not the best way to get the best return in the current format of the game. Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, I guess it also depends, right? on where your gallery's at, because if you don't have a very big gallery, if you've just started out playing Sorare and you've just started out playing Sorare Pro, then winning $2 could actually be quite useful for you, because with that, you could then get around 3 players, right? 3 60p players, which doesn't sound that great, but there are some great players out there that you can pick up for 60p, okay, in limited. So maybe if you're still just trying to grow your gallery and you're still quite early on, then just targeting the $2 in limited is in captive 40 is probably quite prudent. It's probably quite a wise thing to do. But for somebody like me that has hundreds of limited cards and we really don't need, we need to be punching a lot higher. We need to be trying to win roughly what we were winning on limited in the old format. We're just going to go harder. And I think we've got the players to do it too. If we won $2, then honestly, I think I'd be more annoyed that we won $2 rather than just trying to go bigger in it. So every week we're going to be trying to go for the $3.40, the $8 in limited. But in rare, we're going to be trying to hit the $15 because my rare team is the type of team that can hit $3.40, but it doesn't do it very often. This is like the players I've got, they should be able to hit 270 every week, to be frank. And if they don't, it's because we've either made a big mistake or there's been some DMP that we didn't know about, or some last minute DMP, the game got cancelled, or we just got like horribly unlucky. Maybe one of our players had like a red card or something. But if everybody plays and starts and they do what we know they can do, hitting 270 should just be a nice way for us to farm the $15 every game week. Let's put the rest of my teams together and then we're going to be done. All-Star Limited. We don't have a starting goalkeeper, so we have to play someone like Yildirim. I think that we can probably leave Biaki in here for the time being. We can also play... Oh, we've got Jamiro Montero as a limited as well. That's good. And then we have Marvin Martins. So let's play Marvin Martins here. Or we could, yeah, I think we do. Yeah, Marvin Martins there. And then what we could do is we could play Pappy, we could play Morales, but he has an away game, so I don't think so. I think we play Pappy here. Yeah, we do. And we put Pappy in there, and then we give the captaincy to Jamiro Montero or Marvin Martins. Let's do Marvin Martins for now. Let's do that. Okay, and then our Cap 270 is going to be a bit of a throwaway. So look, we've got these kind of leftover players in here. Let's put Morales in there. Let's do that. And then challenges complete throwaway. We don't have a starting goalkeeper. We don't even really have good players actually in this one. And yeah, I think we're pretty much done with the teams that we can do. What we probably need to do on POOKY, actually, now I think about it, or do we? We have 27. That means that realistically we can only update 3, and then we would have to spend 20 in the next one. Do we need to do it? No, we don't need to do it. So by this time next week, we're going to get new energy, which we can spend in here. So we don't need to do it there. It's probably only if we're going to play in the Argentinian League or the Champions League, isn't it? And we're not playing in the Champions League this week. No. And I don't think we're going to be playing in the Argentinian league here. No. So we actually have 27, which we can dedicate towards just updating our 14. That must be 24 predictions then. No, 23. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Okay. I don't think we have anything more to do on Sorare. I don't think we have any more lineups to add in. Like we could add in more, but they'd just be like throwaway teams. So we could put in. Could we put a Champion America team in? I mean, technically we probably could. We just wouldn't have a goalkeeper. We're not using Jose Estrada. We might need to look at putting him in somewhere because he's quite good. Yeah. Okay. Where's everyone at? Should we end the stream? What do you guys reckon? Or is there anything else we need to go through? Because I'm pretty much done with the lineups. We will spend more time over the next couple of days, right, going back through them, just trying to refine what is going to be our final lineup. But this is the first draft, so we never put our lineups together and then like that's it, it's done. We will go back again and again and again over the next coming days, and we'll keep revisiting our lineups here. How have I been getting on recently with the rewards? Good question, Kalfa. Pretty good in general, because we've been largely targeting the threshold. We have not been targeting card rewards at all, and that's been very deliberate because the card rewards were just not really worth winning. But since the update, there's a bit more of an emphasis now to try and win the card rewards if we can, because they can then help us to win new cards for the next season. But we've been hitting like rare threshold every week, largely. I think like last week, so game week 449, we didn't hit the rare threshold. We had a shocker in rare threshold, but we hit the limited threshold. So yeah, just been really, all of our rewards have really been coming from the threshold. I don't know, when was the last time we won? Well, we did win a card in, we won a card in the last game week. We won Pierluigi Gallini, which was that was for the month long though. That was the tier 2 limited from the month long. But I think the last time we won a card reward was this rare one back in game week 435, I think, which is a while back now, actually. And that just shows you how much we moved away from trying to win like cards, to be honest with you, just because they just weren't worth winning. So I'm really happy that they've changed their things in the update. They needed to. My question is around Pooky that needs a deep dive, so we'll ask it tomorrow. Yeah, cool, man. We're going to be hitting the Pooky stuff hard tomorrow, just so that we then have a dedicated stream or a dedicated video where then everybody can go back to it and get the questions, the answers to their questions answered. Yeah, the questions answered, basically. I haven't been playing enough Marvel Snap, J-Boy, but I'm going to be doing another stream tonight where we can try and play it. Yeah, because we were technically supposed to do one yesterday, but I didn't really fancy it. So I think tonight we will do a Marvel Snap stream. Darkstalker won a tier 3 rare this week from Cap240. Lovely, man. I'm jealous. I would have loved to have won a tier 3 or any type of card reward. But seriously, well done, man. Really well done to win it. this jersey competition, we haven't really talked about it. It might just be worth us quickly talking about. So if you don't know this competition, it's essentially what we had before. It's like the specialist competition. And what that means is that there's various different requirements that you need to fulfill from a player individual perspective. One of the reasons actually they done away with this type of format is that in their reasoning, they actually said that it made more sense to do an overall cap mode where you have to think about how the overall team fits under the cap rather than focusing on one specific player. But a lot of managers, myself included, quite liked this kind of format where you had to think about individual players, right? It was quite good for the market too, because then if you really didn't have a player that was, an average of 40 or below, then you would really go out into the market and look for one. Whereas obviously in the kind of the usual cap format, you didn't really have to find a player under 40. You could easily get players for like 42, 43, 44, 45, and then you could have quite a nice rounded team where maybe all of your players are like 45 or something or close to. So it kind of forces you to find that player that's really low in their L15 that can then massively outperform their L15. And then it also said that you could have a maximum of a player up to 60. So it gave you the flexibility to have a big heavy hitter. You were also not allowed to stack. So you could only have a maximum of 2 players allowed from the same team. So kind of what we're doing right now here in Cap 220, when they had this old format before, which was the specialist, like we would not be allowed to do that in the specialist, right? So it's kind of cool that they've brought it back because I didn't really like it. They got rid of it personally. I thought that was a bit of a mistake, but it looks like they might try and bring it back from time to time in the special weekly format, in the new format. Now, this is something to keep in mind, right? Is that these special weeklies are cool because they are going to mix up how you play the game. They're pretty cool too in the fact that 100 signed jerseys can be won, right? So if you get into the top 100, you're going to get a mystery jersey, which at the moment we just can't really kind of get other than the raffles, right? And then the sort of the 50 outside of that will then win a Sorare hat. So if you've been really itching for some merchandise and you just don't want to use your So coins, or you have used your So coins in the raffles, but it's just not worked out for you, then this is kind of like where you can try and win some merchandise without having to spend your So coins, right? Which is pretty cool. And the kind of like the top 200 will get something. So the bottom 50 odd will get 500 Sorare coins. So you get something out of it if you miss out on the merchandise. That's in the limited. And then in the rare, because this is the other one that I can see, it's pretty much the same format apart from this is like the top 100 now. So rather than the top 200, it's just the top 100 win something. So 50 first to 80 win the Sorare hat, and then almost like the bottom 20 win 1,000 Sorare coins because it's a higher scarcity. This is a cool kind of competition. But it's not really the type of competition that you should be putting your best players in unless you really want to try and win the merchandise, right? So if the merchandise win means more to you than winning cash in All-Star or in like an in-season, then hit it hard. Not for this game week because it doesn't go live this game week, but game week 453, right? But I think for most managers, they will almost just be throwing in their players that are left over, the players that don't fit into their teams in game week 453, they'll throw them in here and they'll see whether they can get lucky. I definitely don't think that these are competitions that you should be going out and spending money to bring in players for or to build teams for. It's just whoever you've got left over, for most people, put them in there, see if you get lucky. Or if you really, really, really are a jersey lover, which is why it's, jersey lovers. If you really value the merchandise a lot more than anything else, then you go hard in it. Should I get players now or wait for next season? It depends on where you want to play them. And it depends on how you want to play. So as an example, this is a question from Teradi. I am going to be buying cards next season. I'm not buying any more cards this season. So yeah, I'm not buying the new cards when they release the MLS cards in like a month's time or something. I'm not buying the J-League cards when they release them in like a month or so, right? But what I will do is I will use my current cards to try and win the new season cards. And then next season, for the 24-25 season in Europe, when everything kicks off properly, I will then most likely buy a new collection for 24-25. And then I will use that to then try and play for cash in the in-season. I got 398 points in Cap 240, and now I am tempted to go for 390 for the new threshold. Or it depends on your players. I would probably not recommend it. Just got the time to check back in. Says Anyon, hello to you, man. Don't know if you remember, but I told you before the new Sorare mode map, I switched into Rare Champ Europe and got so far 2 tier 5 rares as rewards. Not good, but also not bad, I guess. That's pretty good, actually. Champ Europe is quite competitive, so if you can win a tier 5, even just a tier 5 champ player, that's usually going to be quite a good player that you can then either sell for good value or you can keep them. And to be honest with you, we were talking about this last week, is that with the new update, I actually think that if you have champion teams now, or if you build for champion, I think that that's probably the way the game's going. That most people will need to have some kind of a champion team, I think, if they can, to do well. My target in Cap 240 rare is 270, and then in limited it's 340. Every week it will be the lowest target in 240 rare and the middle target in 240 limited. Every week. They're all new season as well, except Grimaldo, so I can play the new in-season tournament when it goes live end of March. Lovely, man. See, this is the other thing, though, isn't it, Anyon? Is that, like the new in-season competition that they are launching in March, right? That's fine, but what people need to remember as well is that if you can win the cards, it's way better if you can win the in-season cards now to play in that in-season competition, because you don't really want to be, and I'll tell you this now, you don't want to be buying in-season cards, which means the new season cards, right? The current season cards. You don't really want to be buying them when they launch the in-season competitions, especially for Europe. So if they launch the Bundesliga, for example, at the end of March, right? You don't really want to be buying Bundesliga cards that time, because all you're going to be doing is buying them super expensive for like 2 months worth of in-season utility. And then by the time the 24-25 season comes around, they're then going to be minting the brand new in-season cards for 24-25. And then your cards that you bought in March will then be classic cards. So you would have paid far too much for them just to play them in season for a few months, right? So if you can try and win as many as you can, so that when the in-season competition comes around, you can then just use them then, and you actually haven't had to buy them, right? That's the thing. Yeah, they are going to be really expensive. It's probably quite a good, smart way from Sorare that they're now, at the start of every season, the cards are almost going to be starting a lot higher. So, when we're always kind of like looking at the charts of player prices and we're thinking, look how much they've declined by, they're going to start a lot higher. So probably by the time they get halfway through the season, they're still going to have fairly good value because they would have started higher, right? And I wouldn't expect them to decrease as hard because there will be more in-season competitions and better things for the in-season cards to win. But then probably towards the end of the season, a lot of the in-season cards are probably going to fall off a cliff quite hard. Because then what you're going to find is that there's going to be a lot of managers that are going to want to try and squeeze as much money as they can out of their in-season cards so that they can then offload them and then be ready for the new season where the sales from those cards, the money they got from them, they can put towards getting then the brand new in-season cards. So it's really smart from Sorare because they've like found a way that then gives people a bit more panic and FOMO to make sure they have the new season cards. And in the old format, there just simply wasn't that, right? You didn't need to have the new season cards at all. It didn't actually, it gave you a benefit with the season bonus, but there was no entry requirement, right? Where you needed them to enter certain competitions and you could win cash without them as well. So yeah, it's smart from them, really. It is smart. I think, you know, the test of time with this new format is going to be how the values are able to hold up and what it does for supply and demand in the market. Because I think at the moment there's still a bit of an imbalance really around buying and selling, especially on the secondary marketplace, right? When are the new cards normally coming out? So Sorare's always been a little bit loose on this one. So there's never really been like a set date where they come out, but it's usually been like, for example, in the MLS, the new cards for the MLS have often been released like, I think 3 to 4 weeks or so after the season started. And I think it's been largely like that as well for Europe, where the season, for example, in the Premier League would start, say, in August, right? But then we would get the new season cards in September. So it's usually kind of three weeks or so after a season starts. But I don't think it's going to be like that this year because what they're probably going to want to do is if they launch the new in-season competitions, their plan is to launch them in August, which means at the start of the season, then what they're probably going to have to do is they're going to have to start minting the new in-season cards before the season starts, right? Which will be really interesting because I've been saying for a while that they should make sure that the new season cards are good to go for the start of the season. And everyone's always said to me, it's impossible for them to do it. They can't do it. Obviously, it's not. It's difficult for them to do, but they can do it. So let's see if they're going to change their schedule. Yeah, exactly, Neil. Yeah. Because I think the big argument has been that, yeah, but it takes time for them to get the photos and to kind of put everything together. Sure. But I think there's a window where they could shorten it down. So I think they've discovered that they could shorten down the window between when they receive the photos, when they put everything into the system, when they start the new mint process. I think they've probably worked it out that maybe they can get them earlier. Maybe they can start even just minting the cards without the photos. And then the photos then appear after they then get them. Because this is another thing that I've never really understood is that you just need the cards to start playing with them, right? So like if it's a Bruno Fernandes card, right? Get it minted for the start of the season, even if it doesn't have a new photo on it, get it minted so that people can start using it. And then when the photos become available, the card just transforms by then having the photo that just appears on it, right? Almost have a placeholder. Don't be almost a slave to when you can get the photos, and that's dictating when you can start to mint cards and whatnot. People will play with the cards, right? Because the cards actually have the utility in the game. People, if they can play and use them, they will use them even if they don't have the photos.
I will be happy to wait for the photos if it means I can get the cards and start using them sooner in the season to get my full use of the collection bonus and the season bonus, right? When they mint the cards 3 or 4 weeks after the season started, then almost what you have to think about is that you're not getting like a full season's worth of collection bonus utility or season bonus utility. Whereas if they'd have minted it at the start, you do get that, right? So that's another thing. All right. I think that's it for today. So we are going to end the stream, but I will be back a little bit later. We'll do something a little bit different tonight. But I think we've covered a lot. It's been pretty full on. So, guys, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for everyone that's got involved in the chat. And thank you so much for all the subs and the follows and whatnot. Check out my Twitter in the next half an hour or so. I'm going to be sending out like a little tweet, kind of following on from what POOKY done earlier. So they're kind of announcing that they're going to do something special on my stream tomorrow. So yeah, keep a lookout for a new stream, a new tweet, and then we'll have a new stream later on tonight. So guys, thank you so much. I'll be back on at 8 p.m. UK time, so I'll check you then. If not, I will see you tomorrow, usual time at 12 p.m. UK. Thank you so much, and catch you later.